Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. И надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией, Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии, территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Both tournaments got the sole leader, right? So before that, we either had a tie in men's section or women's section, right? So finally, entering 3 final rounds, we have sole leaders in both tournaments. It's Nikita Vityugov in men. I mean, that was a game yesterday. That was crazy. Absolutely crazy game. He has won an same can be said. I mean, not as dramatic, but same can be said about Gunina's game. I mean, it was one move away, actually, not her move, but her opponent's move away from a draw.
And Alisa just resigned in a drawish position.
In a draw, actually.
Yeah. So Nikita Vityugov is leading the tournament, as you can see, and clear second is Vladimir Fedoseev, who has lost to Vityugov. Yeah, that's his only loss.
Mm-hmm.
And third and fourth place, a tie for third. For two guys.
Madlakov and Andreikin.
Yeah. So those are the only four people in plus, so actually.
I guess after yesterday's loss, Kirill Alekseyenko doesn't really fight for the first place, as well as Isipenko, who is struggling to win his first game in the tournament.
Yeah, actually those two are playing each other. Vityugov faces Matlakov, so in a way a principal pairing, and we could expect, a big push from Fedoseev, who's facing Garyashkina, and Fedoseev, to remind you, hasn't won a single game with white yet in this tournament, even though he's on +2, right?
Right.
So he's on +2, he lost one, that means he won 3 games, and all 3 were won with the black pieces.
Exactly.
Okay, so here is I think... that's round 10 already. I think we still have round 9. Yeah. Okay, so Vityugov, Matlakov, Yesipenko and Alekseyenko, yeah. Guys on 50% facing each other. Rakhmanov with Motilev, Chigayev, Pankratov, Pretke with Andreikin. Yeah, let's not forget Andreikin. It'll be not easy with black, but maybe...
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to expect from this game, to be honest, because Andreikin usually doesn't try too hard as black, but on the other hand, the tournament situation requires some aggressive play from him, right?
Yeah, and we do not know what Aleksandr Pretke is going to do, right? I mean, he won a game yesterday. He might be in a fighting mood, and then it gives Andreikin a chance. Right. Same way as in his game against Rakhmanov. Remember, I mean, it looked quiet, and Rakhmanov at some point had a chance to repeat. Or not a chance, but the possibility to repeat it. There was no reason for him to kind of run for a draw. But
Pretke in general is much more aggressive than Rakhmanov, so I expect a game here.
Yeah. And as we said already, Fedoseev will play with Garyashkina. Okay, women's tournament. Gunina is leading 6.5 out of 8, which is impressive score. Yeah, 6.5, but she's followed closely by Evgenia Ovod with 6, and clear third. Yeah, remember, it's a funny situation. So we have like 6 places. Yeah.
First 6, and then the first, and then the clear last.
Yeah. So first 6 players are split in a tournament table by half a point. It's 6.5 for Gunina, 6 for Ovod, 5.5 for Polina Shuvalova, 5 points for Alina Kashlinskaya, and then what else? 4.5 it must be. Yeah, 4.5 for Natalia Pogonina, and on 50%. That's interesting. I mean, 50% is 6 play. Sounds about right. Yeah, in the middle of the table. No, I thought some disbalance, but no, not at all. Everything's fair square.
Right, it is because Gunina has a huge plus, as well as Ovod and Boyd, Bewell, and Badaruk, I believe.
Yeah, they're in a huge minus. Serious minus, logical, yeah. Right, so the pairs. Garifulina with Ovod, Bivol, Kashlinskaya, like all the leaders, nearly like all the upper part of a tournament plays with the black pieces. Yeah, the exclusion is Natalia Pogonina. Pogonina with Guseva, Darya Voigt with Olga Gira. Has to be said, Gira is not playing the best tournament.
Yeah, yesterday she just got outplayed.
Yeah.
And maybe that's her chance, although Voigt just did something inexplicable yesterday, taking a draw in a +5 position.
Yeah. Then we have Alisa Galyamova with Polina Shuvalova. Once again, Galyamova seems to be tired in those last rounds, keeps losing, so maybe Polina will have a chance. And Assia Bodnaruk will play with Valentina Gunina. So this is it. We've started the round, and I don't know where do we go. Chigayev and Pankratov. I'm wondering if any of those guys won a game. No, I don't think so.
I don't think that's the case, but that position on the board is already very, very interesting because knight c6 is a very rare move, but Pankratov is well known for playing these weird French systems, and actually they had a game in the higher league where Pankratov actually entered the line, which is evaluated like +2 for white. But this wasn't the first time he played this line, so he was aware that the evaluation is not in his favor. But eventually, I think he was the one who was playing for win. But the game ended in a draw.
Okay. All right. So you can see Yosipenko facing Aleksandr. Here, I don't know what to expect, and shall we expect much? Yosipenko, I mean, he's kind of trying to set a record of many draws, many draws.
Or rather repeat the record of Anish Giri, right?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds unbeatable, 14 draws in 14 rounds. Yeah, candidates tournament in Moscow, that's what Anish Giri did. Yeah, so far, nothing to discuss is in Yosipenko's position, right? Yosipenko against Aleksandr.
Yeah, and both big experts on this bishop c4 stuff.
Yeah, Vityugov with Matlakov. Nikita is thinking on move 4, facing such an unexpected opening. Grunfeld defense.
Well, I mean, it is unexpected from Matlakov.
Yeah, maybe there shouldn't be that much irony because even though Grunfeld is very popular, but from Matlakov. But then you think on move 2, right? Because I think Maxim usually plays e6, e6, and
I mean, I think he has some experience in the King's Indian, but I don't really remember any single game from him
in the Grunfeld. Yeah. Okay. So there is that. Rakhmanov with Motilev also. Move 4. That's how you do it. And then. Let me be honest. I mean, I find it strange moves order. If you want to play, I mean, the only explanation is if you don't want to play this game with white. Because if you want to play, I think you take nowadays and you go knight c3 and knight f6, bishop f4, e3, postponing, keeping the knight on g1. Yeah, so
that's much more popular. But
I mean,
Rakhmanov has been playing this line for past 15 years, and
so it's not like specifically to make a draw. So he does know something.
He usually has an idea here, and I mean, I think exchange Slav is actually not the opening, not as harmless as people think.
Yeah,
and I played it myself a bunch, and I mean, I agree with you that this particular move order isn't that dangerous. At least it's not considered to be that dangerous for black, but as I said, there is a big experience
for
on Rakhmanov's side. Yeah.
So here, I think bishop f5 is what you do normally, right?
Or a6.
Yeah, a6 is possible, but I actually thought that, I mean, in terms of reliability, if that's the word, because my thought was that that's kind of the price you have to pay when you play the Chebanenko Slav. Then in this position you've played a6. It kind of I felt it's not the safest, even though of course.
No, I mean it's totally fine as well.
Black is fine. Yeah.
It may become a bit sharper than bishop f5 because now let's say knight e5 is a
knight e5 is a move. Yeah.
And then queen b6, I believe, is the main line, and then knight takes, b takes, and even a move like f3 is possible. So there is some theory in this line.
There was something else here. Rook c1. How is that? Rook c1, knight e4, right? I think that's also the line.
Maybe, although knight e4 I'm not really familiar with, but knight h5 I think is a very safe option for black in this position.
Okay.
Bishop d2 and just go back to f6.
Yeah. Okay, so Motilev is thinking here after bishop f4, which makes sense.
Bishop
when
f5.
the bishop f5.
Yeah, and now e3, e6, queen b3. Bishop b5 is the old main line, but queen b3 is much more dangerous, I think. But if Motilev knows, and I assume he knows, because he basically only plays
this?
yeah, bishop b4, knight e5.
Knight e5, yeah.
Yeah, knight e5, and now it's kind of tricky. I believe you wanna take on e5. No. Take on c3 and castle. I think that's what you
takes on
do.
c3.
If queen takes,
okay, something. Knight e4 and so on.
Knight e4, yeah. So
then
b
if pawn takes and then castles, yeah. And if takes, then
for some reason it's dangerous.
there is something, yeah.
Yeah, like
either knight a5, knight e4, or just takes knight e4.
Undeveloped, so usually they don't take this pawn. And
yeah, I think I remember these positions being played like f3 or something.
right. Bishop e2, h4. I mean, it is a playable line for white. So, in fact, I think Matlakov played this against Gajewski, maybe. And I have an experience prepping this line as white for Yaroslav Zheribuk when he was playing in the US Championship.
Okay.
Against Ray Robson. So we'll see. But if bishop b5 happens, which I think is what Rachmanov usually does.
Mm-hmm.
Then
you mean queen b3, bishop b4, bishop b5?
No, I think bishop b5
immediate bishop
yeah.
b5, yeah.
And then knight d7, I think, was
knight d7. Yeah. I remember this exchange Slav being tricky some years back because you would have, other stuff to worry about and you would never seriously study it.
Yeah.
And then if white goes with some specific moves, or you can end up in a very unpleasant position. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's a tricky line. But again, that's a tricky line if you don't really know what to do with black, or if you just make some natural moves. You can end up in the worst position, but Motilev must know everything here.
You can also do this.
You can also do this, but then we
agree a draw, right?
Agree.
I mean, if someone's curious, I mean, you can check how many games are in the database with this position.
Thousands, I think. Yeah,
yeah, quite possibly. Okay, so moving on, Chigaev and Pankratov, as you said, an original line. Not very popular line from Pankratov. Okay, it's popular till that point. Yeah, knight e7 and queen c7 both.
Knight e7 yesterday was played by
Fedoseev. Yeah, knight c6, and they don't go queen g4. It seems. Why is that? I think queen g4 used to be kind of the main move, right?
I just remember that knight c6 is a really dubious line, but what's the refutation? I don't really know.
Okay, bishop d3 played by Maxim Chigaev. I mean, he kind of achieves the same as Matlakov did, after cd4, maybe somewhere playing knight e2. But you don't need knight e2 here, right?
Yeah, but honestly,
it's a little bit weird.
The structures after, let's say, queen a5, you go bishop d2, c4, go bishop back, maybe even to f1, but say to e2, doesn't matter. And then queen a4, I think.
Queen a4 is an important move, yeah.
We need to explain why, because white actually wants to go a4 and then try to bring the bishop back to this diagonal.
So this bishop is not that great on d2 and overall on this diagonal. Yeah, and you can, I think you can check starting from like Botvinnik times. Yeah, so that's either black blocks it, and in some positions it'd be bishop d7, bishop a4, but I think the understanding went this way. So first, white wouldn't care to play a4, and then black was in time to play bishop d7, bishop a4. But then they figure out that it's better to get rid of this pawn. So black can take it, play b5,
and still a4.
So white's point is to play a4, to put the bishop on a3, and very often to d6, so even if you castle alone, still this bishop has great importance. So therefore, black plays queen a4.
Yeah, and I was going to say that the engine usually gives white a serious advantage here in such positions, but I always thought that it's tricky. Like you make all the natural moves as white, I don't know, H4, F4, G4, but then black can actually stop the immediate breaks, and white is kind of stuck. So I think this is pretty playable for black.
Yeah, that's interesting from practical, let's say from practical standpoint. That's a very
that's not
interesting
the line recommended to play against the computers, but in general, I think black is having a decent position, and queen a5 is on the board, right?
I'm still wondering, queen g4. I don't remember king f8 or g6. I think g6 is what they do, right?
I think that's the move actually, but. That's why I think this line is just garbage. So, I mean, you're not supposed to play g6 in all this French.
This queen a4, queen d1. I'm sure there was. So the queen is. The queen returns to d1.
But that's different compared to what we just looked at, because the pawn is on g6, and it's a very, very big disadvantage for black.
Yeah. So that's why I'm wondering. So after c4. Don't know whether bishop goes e2 or queen a4. Compared to this other line, black would have the pawn on g6 and the move. But still, it's very important the pawn is on g7 because you'd be able to play f6 later on. And
as one of the benefits of having the pawn on g7. And we should also mention that the fact that black gets an extra move, it doesn't really matter in this position.
Yeah, the position is blocked. It's a slow position with like some plans, maneuvering and stuff like that. Okay, so c4 played, and let's see where the bishop goes. I'm actually not sure at all, and I'm not sure if it matters a great deal, to be honest.
So what if we play bishop f1 now?
I don't know what they do. Bishop d7?
But an a4.
I don't know. I
have queen a4, we go queen g4, g6, queen g1.
So we can transpose to the same line.
I think that's the same position, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. This c2 pawn is somewhat irritating, right? Because I remember people protecting with the rook in some lines just to, let's say, I go queen g4, g6, and just put the rook on a2. So the queen is free and everything's good, but the rook's on a2.
Yeah, I mean, white doesn't get everything in this position for sure. He has to sacrifice something like, let's say, the rook on
so he plays queen g4 here.
Immediately.
Which is fair. You can do this. Yeah, knight g7.
But this could be a bad move for white, right? Because now I have some... maybe I can just castle.
like here, knight e7 doesn't make all that much sense. Yeah, I'm taking h7. I'm getting this like famous line.
Yeah, and
but I think the fact that after cd4, queen is not on c7, so this is not threatening. This maybe I have kind of a better version of
maybe you have
line like knight f3, right. Bishop f4, or just f4, knight f3. Yeah. So now after queen g4. G6, bishop f1, as we said, would lead to the same, but knight g7, bishop e2.
I think even castling is pretty playable here.
Yeah, since you've already forced the bishop to e2, yeah, maybe castle and, And
f6 is actually an annoying
f6 could be... Sometimes. Yeah, like you go a4, for instance, and black goes f6.
Yeah.
Takes...
Yeah, and then e5. I mean that's a, sort of a famous line. I mean, a well-known one, but... looks like it's just a much worse version for white.
Yeah, it looks like white kind of, I don't know if he lost time or what happened, but exactly. I mean, it's a known line with castle short with the rook on.
In fact, I just had a game a couple of months ago against Pankratov as black, and I actually got a better position out of the opening. But so. Pankratov has some experience here as white as well as black, so. But still, what Chigaev just did, I don't really like. Because, I mean, at the very least, we can still play g6, I guess, but.
We can play knight f5.
Knight f5 is an option too, for sure. Castling is playable. So, this looks fine.
Interesting. Okay, so let's move on. Aleksandr Predke with Dmitry Andreikin, and that's a Catalan with a check. Bishop g2, castles, and an early b4. I mean, I think that's kind of a interesting position, or maybe one move earlier, because knight d7 is. I mean, it's a tricky move, but somehow not the most popular, right? I mean, I think they play c6 for. Honestly, don't know what the reason is.
I don't think c6 is more popular. Like usually they switch to the same position.
Yeah, it transposes queen c2, c6.
Yeah.
And white plays b4,
which is, I think, the match Carlsen Ysipenko from the World Cup.
Knight e4, bishop e1.
And
Magnus?
Predke hasn't been that impressive in this tournament, although he won a very nice game yesterday. But as white, his preparation is very, very solid, and I'm not surprised that he's kind of out-preparing Andreikin here.
Right, but on the other hand, I mean, how dangerous can this position be?
Well, it can be too
black?
dangerous, but you know, it's always playable, of course. But it's just such a hard task for white to find anything. So even something fresh is already considered to be an achievement. Right?
Yeah, I agree. Like especially in those Catalans, like you get the position that you can actually play.
Yeah,
you
A4
already have. Yeah, A4.
I mean, it looks cool.
Do we ever take? No, probably not with the knight on e4, because something will
Queen
be
C2,
hanging. Yeah, queen c2, knight d6, after e4. Yeah, that's a huge compensation. If maybe we just win the pawn back. Okay. Looks interesting, in fact. And we have one more game, which is Fedoseev with Goryachkina. And here, what kind of opening is that? Queen c2, g6, b3. So that's
Fedoseev just playing
That's
chess.
Fedoseev being Fedoseev, yeah. Just, let me develop the pieces and let's see what happens next, yeah. Bishop b7.
I mean, obviously we're not talking about any advantage for white, I think. But on the other hand, I mean, Goryachkina is very well prepared and has a very solid repertoire as black. So, you know, doing something like this makes some sense, I guess. At least we keep all the pieces on the board, right?
Yeah. g3. We probably play c5 here.
We could. I mean, 97, I don't see anything wrong, but c5 is probably more principled.
5. Well, bishop g2. Actually, bishop g2 is possible, yeah. Because again, d4, who knows, maybe I'll just take it, castle, and say it's a Benoni, or maybe not castle, but b4 immediately.
Oh, but I don't really see anything wrong with castling.
Maybe castle, yeah. No,
Maybe
I
wouldn't
thought
put the
knight
bishop on
c6,
A3.
yeah, I thought knight c6, but then even bishop a3, you're right. Or just a3, a5, and some rookie
just
one.
the
It's
game.
also not easy for black, yeah.
Not easy at all, yeah.
So in terms of Fedoseev, if he wants a fresh position, so he's getting it. Right, that'll be a long game. Okay. Rachmanov Motodov, we'll just check because it goes further. Yeah, knight e5, queen b3. You were correct. Queen b3, bishop b4, knight e5, castles, knight takes, bishop takes c3.
So I think this is actually the line I had. Yeah.
Bishop c3, and now if you take with the queen, takes, and knight e4. Yeah, and this is also the line where, remember, I've mentioned f3, so it was played here for sure.
Yeah, Black needs to be a bit precise here because at the end of the day, White has a bishop pair, a weakness on c6, but somehow Black is usually in time to play c6, c5. I mean, taking this pawn is never really...
Yeah, this is dangerous for sure.
For Black.
Okay, here is just check, knight e4 and...
I'm check queen c3, maybe it's
not the check.
end of the day yet, but yeah.
This,
End of the world,
I don't remember really. Yeah, check queen c3 indeed.
Maybe
Knight,
just
knight e4, knight e4 maybe. Remember, like capturing it immediately is
I mean, Duda would grab this pawn, but not Rachmanov. Yeah.
Okay. So at least it's not an immediate draw. The game will go on. Vitugov picked his line against Matlakov, against the Grunfeld. So it's that. An early c5. Check. Castles, d5. And again, I have to confess, I don't know what's going on.
All these Grunfelds.
Right, there is that. Then there is Yesipenko with Alekseyenko following some analysis, perhaps, because playing all those moves quickly means that you have to know them. 45, knight e2, knight b6, here, rook e1, knight to a7. Then you go knight g3, you know? It feels like it's a theory, in some theory. I'm not sure which one. This takes. No, there's a c6 at the end, yeah? Oh, c6 is not...
Well, theoretically, I can take on d5 and take on d3, right?
Yeah, but then it was... Oh, no, it's not with the knight on g3. Okay, it's a theory that I can't remember at all.
Yeah, and I think the ending position is slightly better for White.
Yes, something like that. So
some endgame, right?
They actually take on d5,
Yeah.
d5, yeah, and some endgame, which, if Black knows how to deal with, he should make a draw. Right, let's go to the women's tournament then. Garifulina with Ovot. Ovot being well prepared, 1 hour 35.
I wonder if anyone is helping her in this tournament because, I mean, she does great in every single game in terms of the opening prep.
Yep. A6.
And honestly, I don't recall her being such a huge
opening expert, yeah. So look, bishop c5, c3 castles.
Yeah, very, very popular nowadays.
d4, bishop a7, d5, knight e4, knight c5, knight e7, and d5.
And d5, and then they usually take, queen takes d6, and that's the line Magnus himself played.
This knight g6 or something, yeah.
I'm not sure about knight g6, but yeah. I mean, White is supposedly slightly better because of the better structure.
No, wait, it's not knight g6. I mean, remember there is like a pawn sacrifice for a pair of bishops, but I can't figure out how exactly. Like, could it be bishop f5 or something? Just remember that there were some positions. Just give the pawn on d6, and it's...
You played something like this recently, right?
So d5, ed6 is the main move anyway, because bishop g5, I don't know, what does it do?
It avoids the prep. Because, I mean, I am 100% sure e takes d6 is the main move, so... And Leah, remember, I think yesterday she was playing really, really fast and quickly got a lost position, so...
Yeah. So the fact that she plays a new move quickly it doesn't mean anything. It's not necessarily a kind of novelty prepared at home. It might as well be, just a move. Okay, let's develop the bishop.
Looks reasonable.
Looks reasonable. So knight e4 looks like a blunder, but is it that bad? Bishop e7 and I go rook e8. Pawn down. Maybe you just don't want to play the position pawn down. Maybe you want... maybe you're not pawn down. Look, e5's hanging in the end, yeah? When you go somewhere, I take on f3.
Just fine.
Just fine, yeah.
For a
no, so my point was, like, if I go knight e6, is you go to h4 and you still keep this somewhat annoying pin. I cannot play knight g6, knight f5, yeah? And if, let's say, I can play knight e4 and you're not threatening to take, then the bishop is still kind of hanging.
take on e7?
Probably take it. Take on e7, take on d5. Yeah, that's right. Knight f2 is not it. Yeah. Rook f2. Nah. Okay. Knight e4 doesn't work.
And also, I wasn't sure what's the difference if I just go bishop h4 anyways.
I thought I can play bishop f5 now. F5, queen d7, knight g6, like that.
Okay,
yeah.
this looks comfortable.
All right, so what are you thinking? Okay, maybe knight e6 after all. Bishop h4 and you do something. Knight f4 and g6. Or it's too clever.
I mean, we don't have to rush, right? Maybe some c6, queen c7 or something.
Yeah, maybe you just move the queen away. Yeah. Feels like those positions are normally fine for black.
I
Right?
agree.
Right. Like, I mean, you have to be a little bit careful not to run into some like bishop h7, knight g5 stuff. But yeah, the structure itself is normally good for black.
And Note hasn't lost a game yet, so she's...
She really has like a very good tournament.
Probably the best tournament of her life so far.
She's on +4, and if we recall the other games, like she was probably winning against Shuvalova at some point in round 1, and there were promising positions. It's like you cannot say that +4 is.
She was better against Kashinska as well.
Yeah, can't say that.
And just c6.
Yeah, c6.
Yeah,
right.
why not?
+4 is. She scored too many. Yeah, so everything looks fair. Moving on, Alina Bivol with another Alina Kashlinskaya. French defense with knight d2, c5, knight g to f3.
No, really?
Takes, check on b5, knight c6, capture here.
Ooh.
Knight takes c6.
That's the main
And
line.
bishop d3. And queen e2, and black just played e5.
Do you know anything about this position?
Not much, really.
Well, that's the Gary's course, as always. That's my game against Jeffrey Chong as well. So e5, I think, is the most principal and the strongest move, actually, in the position. Yeah, and here, black actually has an option of playing f5. Which is what I did against Jeffrey.
f5, c takes, and then knight f6.
Knight f6 or e4, I don't remember exactly.
So you sacrifice the pawn basically for the kingside majority, and then you win like Bredke won against Gary Ashkin.
Exactly. And I mean, Giri doesn't mention this in his course. So what Alina is doing is actually the main line, but it leads to a draw, I think.
Bishop b4, knight f4.
Yeah, queen a6, I think, is the move.
Queen a6, so this is hanging, this is hanging.
Yeah, and like at some point I remember you're supposed to play rook b8, but probably not in this position.
Interesting. And how do I mean, I probably do not save the exchange. It's just that taking on a8 is risky, right? Like bishop c5 takes, and takes
right,
on
maybe
a8.
just winning for black,
what's the move? Yeah, because
Yeah.
g2 is hanging. G2 is hanging.
But anyways, I think, I mean, this line, if white plays correctly, leads to slightly better position for white. But, and I mean, the problem is black doesn't really have a chance there to win the game. But I think f5 is actually a very interesting line, and I analyzed it with the computer, and it gives some advantage to white, but I felt like, practically speaking, this is a good choice for black if she wants to play for win, because...
Yeah.
I mean, if she goes for this line, I think she wants to win the game. And I mean, tournament situation, right? Alina Bivol is on the clear last. Clearly doesn't doesn't play well in this tournament. So
And
if
for Koshlinska, plus what? Plus
Plus
one
two or
or
plus
plus
one,
two? Yeah, I'm confusing. Who's
she's
on
on +2 actually.
Ah, yeah, so she's
So-
on +2, so she wouldn't mind like winning a couple of games out of remaining 3.
Right. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure she feels like that's her chance here to.
Yeah. Okay, so White is thinking after knight f4, and I guess you're absolutely right about queen a6 being like the most logical, at least. Queen f3, black will just play rook c8, stopping knight c4, and no issues whatsoever. Okay, let me move on. Pagonina with Gusieva is what's that? That's the line that you shouldn't be playing, I'm guessing. Queen takes c4. So a Slav with queen c2, bishop g4, knight d2, knight bd7, e6. All correct for now. Castles, castles. Queen b3, queen b6, knight c4, and queen a6. And queen is good on a6.
It's kind of funny because I think there is exactly the same position, but so after bishop d2, bishop f5, but with black to move.
Interesting.
Because black plays bishop f5 on move 5.
Ah, yeah.
And we get the same
Got
position. So it probably means that white should have some advantage here, but I'm not sure at all.
Yeah, I think something like that. Ah, no, wait, it's not exactly the same. I think with the bishop on f5, you actually have this knight on c3, and then the other knight goes to c4. Could it be this?
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
I think, yeah. So, I mean, I used to play this line as white ages ago. And the thing is, I believe the principal way of playing is to go knight c3 to allow bishop f3, and, you know, your
Castle
structure's
long.
getting damaged, and you castle alone, and you have to know stuff. Knight d2 was my move because you kind of keep it flexible. Actually won a nice game here. Castles, castles. H3, bishop f5, b3, queen a5, knight h4 was my game against Oleg Korneev, and something like that happened. Check on e7, knight takes c4, queen c7, bishop a3. So you have 3 minor pieces. Black wins 2 pieces for the rook, like rook e8. I don't remember exactly how, but something like that. And then white gets, in fact, like wins c6 and gets a very good position. But there is yeah, I mean, nice story, but there is a problem with this line that if black actually goes bishop h5, you are getting stuck with more or less the same positions as we will have in the game. So it only works if the bishop goes here. Okay. Knight e5, knight e5, d takes e5, and I don't know how to navigate this one. I mean, it's quite, quite tricky, because it looks like white is getting somewhere, like the square on d6, yeah, but at the same time, you pay your price. The structure is not ideal.
e5 is potentially weak now.
e5
so-
potentially weak. Yeah, I'm wondering if you go knight d7 or knight e4 if you can. Knight e4 is seemingly more active, right?
Yeah, then bishop b4 maybe?
Maybe bishop b4 to try to exchange that guy.
No, I mean c5
You
could be a move,
c5 and
d5.
then you move b5.
Yeah. So something to think about for black for sure, because both moves look very tempting.
Yeah. So like knight e4 you attack the bishop, you also have knight c5 in some lines, knight d7 you keep an eye on the e5 pawn.
And knight c5 as well.
Yeah.
So.
Right, so Gusieva.
I mean, intuitively I would go to d7, but maybe knight e4 is just as good, maybe even better.
Okay, so that's... And once again, it seems that it was Gusieva who was better prepared. Yeah, Pagonin already spent 20 minutes. Moving on, Darya Voigt and Olga Gira. So, my favorite Catalan line, when they don't play a4 but just take. Regrettably, nowadays, like everyone knows how to equalize. Bishop e4 and knight c6. Is it the way how you equalize? I'm not sure.
I think so. I mean, look at that.
At the clock.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean,
this must be the way.
If Gira does it with 1 hour 30, that probably is the way. Because no, but remember that there was the line where they would go bishop e4 and back.
Exactly this position. Yeah.
Yeah. And if knight c6 would work, maybe later on probably they've discovered knight c6 works. Yeah? Bishop e3, okay, rook c8, rook d1, knight d5, knight c3, knight takes c3.
Yeah, in fact, it feels like already misplayed by White.
So if queen c3, knight b4, right?
Very
And then
tempting,
you have this square, and
I think you will eventually play c5.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say. So the whole thing here in this line, right after bishop b7, is black's ability or inability to play c5. Bishop d2, and then maybe we could show like the way it goes wrong for black is something like this. You go knight d7, you allow bishop a5, say rook c8. Let's play. I mean, let's say I'm an absolutely dumb player. I have no idea what's going on. Knight d2, and then. Knight d2, and then if you play queen e8, for instance, presuming bishop c7 is dangerous, you want to play c5, and white can even play b4.
There was some classical game, Kramnik and Ante, I believe.
Was the bishop on a5?
Yeah, Kramnik kept his bishop on a5, but black was never able to play c5, and eventually he lost that pawn in the game.
Yeah, that's a very interesting placement for the bishop, because it looks like it's okay. It attacks the pawn, which can be protected, and doesn't do that much. It actually does a lot, because you cannot always keep the c7 protected. When you end up playing c6, then the bishop from a5 controls the d8 square. So in case of e5, everything opens. You have the d file for white. Yeah, Kramnik and Ante was actually a very, very interesting. Yeah, I remember there was another key moment for understanding, like when he plays f3, keeps his bishop on g2, seemingly passive, just to to play e4, bishop f1, and after a few more moves, the light square bishop was a tremendous piece.
I don't think we should praise the bishop on f5 too much, but it's all about the pawn on b4 and the pawn on c7.
So stopping.
Of course, white. If he had a chance, he would love to have the bishop somewhere
bishop
else.
on c3 wouldn't be that terrible. Yeah, I agree.
But
I agree.
It's a price white has to pay in order to stop that c5 idea.
Yeah. So now, if the queen takes, we figured out knight b4, and black's probably doing okay. If pawn takes, you
knight a5.
Probably want to stop. Yeah. You probably want to stop white from playing
Queen d5
c4.
is actually an option too.
Yeah, that's correct. Queen d5 or knight a5, and then say I go here. You swap, go queen d5. Yeah.
Or even c5 then. Yeah. So this should be very.
That's actually
comfortable for
probably is just better. Better for black. Yeah, check c5,
it's bishop on
c4.
a3.
So perhaps taking with the queen at the end of the day, knight b4, and something like that.
Can we grab the pawn?
Which one? You mean
takes on a2.
takes on a2.
Yep.
You could. It's a funny pawn, right? Check. And the rook is gone. Yeah? Somehow it doesn't. I mean, I can't make it so that white has the compensation. interestingly, because it's in all fairness, it's not the end of the line, I believe. Like f3 takes knight c6, and like knight on c6 actually promises a lot of compensation, but not here. Yeah. And the worst of it is that I cannot play b3 next move because e2 is hanging. Because b3 actually restricts the queen, and I would believe in white having something.
But I mean, if it's
it just doesn't work.
Then it's more or less playable, but exchanging a pawn now. It's too much.
So after knight b4, it seems I don't even have knight e5, yeah? And then I don't know what do I have. a3, knight d5, queen goes, yeah.
Maybe c5 right now.
Takes, and then it's just to take
just
it.
Take, yeah.
Take it, and rook c1, and you'll take it. Maybe not, maybe queen b6, but this you can also do in queen b6 or queen a8, planning rook c8.
Yeah, just equal.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how much time Voigt spends in every game. Like, she's usually, in a deep time trouble by move 20 or so in every game.
Okay, so this is it. Then next game, Galyamova versus Shuvalova. Galyamova having the white pieces, and this is Rachmanov. No, not exactly Rachmanov's line. Rachmanov's system, right? Yeah. With a6, b3, 7. Yeah. Takes.
I mean, a6 is surprisingly popular, and that's what I played myself once. But then my opponent played b3, and then I was like, what's the point on a6? Right?
Everything's okay, yeah, but why did I play a6?
In fact, this could be a harmful move for Black's position, especially if we get this structure as in the game.
Which we got in the game, yeah. So that's why I'm kind of not sure if what Polina Shuvalova did was all correct. Like, if she was supposed to take on c4 now? And what's the reason? Yeah, what's the reason you take on c4 now? It's not clear. Okay, then Black decides to take on d4, b6, and exactly right. That's the semi-open file. And your pawn on b6, it's maybe not that weak, but
it's potentially weak.
And you wouldn't mind this pawn being on a7.
Yeah. And I mean, the only advantage of having the pawn on a6 is that Black can actually try to sacrifice this pawn somehow with playing b5. So that's why I think at some point playing a4 for white isn't a bad idea.
Yeah, like for instance, queen e2.
No, but actually, the more I look at it, the more I dislike it. Like queen e2, rook d1. Knight e5.
Yeah, that's very often it would be knight e5 when you take white takes with the pawn. You go to d7, white goes knight e4, and it's overwhelming advantage.
Even the move knight c6, I'm not so sure. Oh, sorry, knight e7, I'm not so sure.
Knight e7, yeah. Could be knight c6, so that you can put the knight on a5 and then d4, and then knight b4. Yeah.
Now Black's pieces look very passive and simple play for white. As you said, queen e2, somehow just forgot about this plan.
You just kind of put everything in the center and then you jump to e5.
Maybe h4, whatever. So, and where is the counterplay, right?
Yeah. And once again, for Galyamova, let's say, I just said at the beginning of today's broadcast that she's maybe tired and, not, let's say, not playing all that often. But if it's a schematic position, one of the classical things that you learn once and you play. I mean, she'll play it fine.
Of course, yeah.
And finally, Gunina with Black against Bodnaruk. And this isn't a French defense, or it is. D takes e6. Was it? Wait a sec. Was it what Gunina did against Bivol?
Yeah.
Something very similar. Yeah. A3. Bivol did something else. like bishop e3 or no?
Yeah, she played bishop e3, knight d7, f4.
Yes,
no.
I
She
don't-
played knight f3.
knight
sorry,
f3,
yeah,
and,
knight
and
F3.
somehow knights got
C
exchanged
takes
on
knight
c6.
c4, yeah, all this stuff.
Maybe she didn't take. Yeah, maybe she.
No, c takes, knight d4, e6, bishop e3, takes c3. That's what happens. Something
That's
really,
e6, bishop e3, knight c6. Yeah,
really bizarre.
takes c6, right?
Yeah.
So now this looks more to the point.
Yeah, I mean, this
A3.
is much more dangerous for black.
Knight to e7.
Although I think already move b4 could be pretty inaccurate, but you really need to know all these nuances, of course. I mean, when you play a3, you kind of want to play b4 at once. But the problem now is that black always has counterplay of a5.
Yeah,
So let's say-
it's kind of a5, b5, and then the c5 square
Then-
for the knight.
yeah, so in fact, bishop d3, I think now black is supposed to castle actually,
Which Gudina didn't.
which Green didn't, yeah. And
That, and only then she castled.
yeah, but this is unpleasant. I actually played it as black a couple of times, and now the problem is I just castle and play c4 and knight d2 and then c4. And the structure itself isn't very pleasant for black.
So you're not trying for
I
that.
mean, maybe this works as well, but I just remember this simple plan being really annoying for black.
Yeah, h4. I presume it's something like that.
Takes?
5 takes e5.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe.
And some craziness, but since the king is in the center, undeveloped, so maybe e4 later, right? So this might as well be in black's favor. But really, yeah, just castle. Black still has difficulties developing this guy.
Yeah, that's why I think it's important to play a5 quickly. So after b5, I mean, if white doesn't react, then at least we can take and exchange a couple of rooks. It's generally,
So say you castle, knight f3, a5.
here I'm afraid bishop h7 might be a move.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Check, this. White's winning. Check. Maybe not winning immediately with the knight on e7, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's definitely not the position you want to play with black,
Right. So say knight g6, and now if h4, maybe then I play knight c6. But if you castle, let's say instead of knight c6, we castle knight f3.
Ah, you in here, we go knight g6?
No.
Or in the
Castle-
game?
No, move.
Castle,
knight
knight
f3,
f3,
now
knight g6.
g6, yes. If h4, we go knight c6. But if white castles or plays bishop b2, it doesn't really matter. We play a5. After b5, we have the move knight d7, and then knight c5, and we actually get rid of that very dangerous bishop.
Yeah. Okay. And once again, as you said, this is still kind of a known position where I don't think players have all that much experience, because Kunina spent nearly 20 minutes and Bodnar.
I mean, I still don't really get it, to be honest. So Bodnar, I mean, Kunina already played this line in this tournament, right? I mean, if you play c5 and then e6, this is more or less forced. I mean, you can keep the knight on b8, but I mean, these are all the most natural moves Kunina played, right? How do you prepare for this game, right? You just get in the most expected position out of this line, and then start thinking, like, interesting.
This is fairly simplified. Vityugov and Matlakov will make a draw, I have to say.
Surprise.
D5 was the last position we've seen, and I guess it's just everything analyzed or something.
Actually, that's some Swidler's game, I think. Recent Swidler's game.
It's a Grunfeld, so it has to be a Swidler's game.
No, for sure, I remember this line.
E7, Queen C4. Okay, nice.
Well played.
Yeah.
Very solid. Well, I mean, Tyrkov is on +3, so I believe this +3 guarantees him a tiebreak, at least.
Yeah.
And for Matlakov, I mean,
Matlakov was on +1, so he was one of the contenders. If you overpush and lose, but if you overpush and lose, it's a lot.
No, I mean,
and also for Vityugov, it depends on the personality. But I mean, losing yesterday's game would be painful, but also playing after such a win, playing the very next game. I mean, some people would prefer to just.
And we have a similar situation.
We have another
game.
Another draw, it seems, or what? Oh, they were discussing something. I thought they were discussing something, no? Rook c5, rook c8, king f2, knight d7.
But they were discussing the repetition, I guess, after rook c5, knight b6, rook c5.
You never go here because you don't do
because
this.
you don't, because this wasn't planned.
Knight f6 as well. Is it a repetition?
Certainly it is. Knight b6.
I mean, it's not like black is better or anything, yeah? a5 is still hanging. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. So, Vityugov Matlakov is already a draw, and this is very likely.
He's already a draw as well, I think.
Very likely to be a draw.
Couple of minutes.
Okay, so we have a draw for our leader and another draw for the guys on 50%. Okay, so that gives Fedoseev a chance to get closer, and who else? Andreikin on +1, if he wins, also get close to the leader. So kind of, leader decided, Vityugov decided not to play, but it might motivate the other guys. So let's wait for this game to be officially over, and it is.
Penko is smiling, his 9th draw in a row.
Yeah, 9 draws in 9 games. Leaves us with only 4 games in the men's section. Rakhmanov with Motilev, you were right. It's too dangerous to take... It's too dangerous to take the pawn on c6 to such an extent that Rakhmanov takes with the pawn.
Which is, I think, the main line, actually.
Queen a3, a5, bishop e2, queen b6.
Yeah, and I think this is actually what I analyzed quite a long time ago. And, black just wants to play rook c8 and c5 and say this is equal, but... I mean, if white plays c4 first, then there are still some questions.
Yeah, so there's still a fight, yeah? I remember Vladimir Malakhov winning some really funny games in this Slav exchange. I mean, I'm not sure with this position, but something, when I've seen this queen on a3 and, I think, could it be that he played Vasily Ivanchuk and then imagine these guys, knight and the bishop, would exchange, and some opposite-colored bishops with queens and rooks. And all of a sudden, it looked totally like dead draw, but somehow he wins the a7 pawn, and then he wins quite convincingly. So you have to be, a special type of player to play that. But if you can, it can be a dangerous weapon. So queen b6, okay. Do I stop c5? I guess going c4 without castle could be queen b4. I'm not sure because bishop d6. Attack this.
Maybe knight e4 first then.
Maybe b3.
Okay. Not happening anyway. You won't play c4 immediately, I think.
Yeah. But then you have to stop. No, castles, that you still have f3, and you have rook b1. No, sorry, knight e4, you have rook b1. It's a tricky position. One has to know.
I think castle rook c8 is the most
kind
natural.
Of a theory, right? Castles, and this rook to c8.
Yeah, rook f c8, of course.
And then maybe you can go c4.
And then c4, c5, or takes, and then c5. And, I mean, Probably just an equal position.
How many draws will we have? 2 already. This potentially a draw. Chigayev, Pankratov.
Won't be a
Kind of
fast draw for
anything but a draw.
Yeah.
Like that's a fight. That's a fight. Yes, knight g2 e7, bishop e2. Pankratov plays rook g8.
Which is, I mean, also a clever option, I think.
Bishop d7, h5, castles long, knight f3, f6.
I really like black. Really like black's position.
And interesting that the fact that kind of black undermines the center quickly doesn't require him to play queen a4, because white apparently doesn't have the time to play a4. The center is going to collapse. So what do we do now as white? Not
That's what I was saying. You make all the useful moves like h4, h5. You know you're supposed to push the pawn, and you get counterattacked in the center. And like, what's next? Probably want a castle. I don't really see any alternative, to be honest.
Yeah. But then I actually do play queen a4.
Say rook a2, whatever.
a2, yeah. Then I'd be looking for, somehow the option to get the bishop to this diagonal, right? But it's not that easy.
No, maybe just rook f8.
D to f8, exactly. Yeah.
Something.
D to
Again,
f8.
it's just easier for black to come up with some active ideas. Like, I don't really see any for white, to be honest.
Yeah, usually you're supposed to move the knight and start moving the f-pawn, but e5 is hanging. Yeah.
And you practically never want to take on f6.
You kind of never take on f6. Yeah. It might as well be that Pankratov's position already is to be preferred. And look, the time difference as well.
No, I really think black is just better already here.
And as we talked, Pankratov, turns to play very fast, so it's not necessarily that he knows the position.
No.
The fact that Chigayev has spent 40 minutes, that means...
Tells us that he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't know, and also perhaps he does not enjoy it all that much.
I mean, we discussed it already, that he's a very active attacking player. So for him, this kind of, closed positions,
like long maneuvering, pawn chains,
pawn structures, all this stuff. I don't think he enjoys it too much.
Yeah. Some people just don't have the patience, right, to maneuver. I think it was said about Kramnik. When Kramnik lost the match to Vichy, and I think he was interviewed by possibly Vlad Tkachov. And Vlad himself, Kramnik's Vlad as well. Yeah, Tkachov the journalist is as well Tkachov the grandmaster.
Big Vlad.
said Vladimir, why didn't you? You're a much better player when it comes to blocked positions and pawn chains and everything. Why didn't you try to kind of lure Vichy into that? I know, but how do you get it against Vichy? So my point is that maybe for Chigayev that he could adjust the opening repertoire not to get in such like longish maneuvering.
On the other hand,
things.
this is
what do you do against French?
Yeah, first of all, what do you do against French? Secondly, this is one of the very few lines where you actually get this close type of position, because. Yeah, in my opinion, knight c3 is the only serious idea to fight the French.
Yeah.
So
how many moves do we have? Okay, ed5 is not a move, so e5, knight d2, knight c3.
Yeah.
After e5, some people still play it, but
no, it's a serious idea. But let's say what Filosev did against Model. Like black gets a very decent counterplay from the very beginning.
Yeah,
knight d2, I think, is just harmless, to be honest.
c5, both knight f6, knight c5.
c5, I don't really think knight f6 fully equalizes, but c5 must be fine for black. So yeah, that leaves us with knight c3. After knight c3, bishop b4, you kind of have to play e5. There are many moves again, but
e5 is the most principal. c5 and Okay,
A3.
bishop d2 is nothing, yeah, so a3, takes, and we are in this position, yeah.
Yeah. And here, we think that bishop d3 is already inaccurate, at least I think so.
No. Okay, so Chigaev plays queen f4, but what does that mean after rook f8?
I think he actually wants to play queen d6 and then bishop f4, something like that.
Takes queen d6,
No,
knight
knight
f5.
Yeah. Okay, so probably not that, but then what's the
Maybe
point?
queen h, like move the queen
And why is the
here.
queen on
I
h2?
don't know why. Yeah, why the queen is on h2 and why we had to go to f4.
Right.
And
Pankratov looks confused as well.
yeah, queen f4. Because rook df8 is such a logical move. I mean, it's
that's
almost
what Black
automatic.
wanted to play anyways, right?
So he didn't need the invitation in the form of queen being
Exactly.
on f4. Right? And okay, g5 is not a move yet, right? H takes, knight takes, because sometimes that would be a move as well, right? g5 you can take because fd8, knight f5 traps the queen. If you take, I think it's kind of white has to be castled for that, so that when you take
here,
on
f
g6,
takes e5 actually is
you can,
interesting.
yeah, you're right. The take on e5 first.
Yeah.
And if the pawn takes knight g6 and queen h2, something like rook f8, once again you get this idea of moving the bishop to, But maybe you don't have to be fancy, just play rook f8.
Rook f8 is...
Rook f8 looks natural.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want to do in such specific, not only in such position, but in such situation where your opponent spends time, plays awkward moves, just play it natural. I'm waiting for Pankratov to do that. Predke with Andreikin. Let's move here. So here we have the Catalan Stonewall, which is not that rare, I have to say. When the game starts as the Catalan and white starts advancing on the queen side, and then knight e4 combined with f5.
Yeah, but
Right.
white being so advanced, like c4, b4, a4, I think is sort of unusual.
Yeah, it's unique, and I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go even further, like b5 maybe. Because queen b3, a6, it'll be much harder to play b5, yeah? That, bishop f6,
Maybe it wasn't his
a5,
idea at all.
a5. The bishop is not great, okay, but that's nearly always the case.
I actually don't really like Black's position. I mean, in general, I'm not a huge fan of that structure, but here
Somehow-
specifically, I mean, we already made some progress as white. And,
Why bishop f6 exactly?
Yeah, that's a good
It's
question.
like you need to develop this guy eventually, right? So bishop d6, knight f6 is what I would be looking at, even though, allowing knight e5 is also something not very pleasant. Okay, what Andreikin does is bishop f6, a5, king h8, kind of g5, maybe g5 is what he's looking
Yeah,
for.
I mean,
G5,
that's
the bishop will go to g7, maybe
clear
f4.
indication that g5 is on the agenda. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, if you go king
if you
h8,
want king h8. I mean, also there are some tricks on the d5 file with the d5 square. Yeah, on this diagonal.
This diagonal,
so
so king h8 is a
makes a
useful
lot of
move.
sense. Yeah.
All right, but with a4, a5 being played, how does white break through? Just move the queen and go b5 then, yeah?
Maybe. I mean, I think rook d1 is the next move, probably. I mean, I want to make sure d4 is protected. Also, my rook isn't on the same diagonal as does the bishop, so this makes sense to me. Although after g5, we actually need to start coming up with something.
Maybe b5 never though. Nah, that's not how it's done. It is tricky, yeah?
No, I think both players must be happy right now. Predke feels like he's slightly better, right? And Andreikin gets a game.
Gets
so
the game,
gets a chance to outplay
gets the
his
play.
opponent.
Yeah.
They haven't exchanged anything yet.
Yeah,
And this is
well,
move 13.
13.
So, yeah.
that's one of the few lines, right? One of the few openings, and actually not sure. Yeah, the Dutch, the specific Dutch, the Stonewall, and also the closed Catalan. Very often, like nothing exchanges, right? So in the closed Catalan, you can. I mean, that's one thing what he did, but also like when you play b3 and then Queen c2 and Rook d1 for quite some time, yeah, and Black plays b6, c6, Bishop b7. So like well, all 32 units are on the board. Okay, let's move to Fedoseev and Gurachkina. Unexpected, I have to say, to see this structure, because when I've seen all that, yeah, G3 we've seen already. I actually thought maybe he was looking at the E4 at some point, but you cannot make Black take. Yeah, that's probably the thing.
I'm just really weakening, so...
Yeah, it weakens a lot of squares, yeah. I just thought, like, if you take, and I'm playing E5, that's another story, but Black will never take. Right, so G3, Bishop G2, Rook E8. So Black just prepares E5. Gurachkina, might be the wrong person to bully this way, like kind of giving the center, giving the space.
Yes, so that's why D4.
That's why D4, right? Okay, and then C5, C takes E takes, Rook C8, Rook C1, Rook to C7 to give the Queen a square here, right? And Bishop A3.
D takes. All right, so this is getting interesting, actually.
Yeah, D takes. So B takes. Yeah,
maybe even B5 at some point. Actually, why not?
Yeah, you can play B5.
I mean, C5, Black immediately gets a very nice position.
Yeah,
right?
I think Black's happy.
And otherwise, I'm threatening to take on C4 because of the pressure on the diagonal, right? What's the plan?
Maybe okay, E7's hanging, maybe?
I don't think it's really hanging after B5, right? I mean, it is hanging, but I take
you
on
get
C4.
a BC4, yeah, you are more than happy, perhaps.
Yeah, this looks really
Yeah, it could be that
comfortable.
Black just solves all the issues by playing B5.
But I mean, we must point out that all these maneuvers, Rook C7, Queen A8, it's a very classical way of playing these positions, and yeah. But I'm not surprised at all that she knows everything.
Yeah, Gurachkina knows.
And B5 is also very natural, I think, and looks.
Yeah, B5. Well, maybe we will have to check this, perhaps.
But even A5, let's say.
A5. Yeah, you actually have kind of squares for all the pieces. Eh?
I mean, this is very comfortable for Black, I think.
And also the fact that the pawn did not move maybe is important, right? Because with pawn on E6, whenever you play knight D5, some knight D4 goes to D6 here, there isn't such thing. So you can play A5, put the knight on D5, and yeah, I think just good for Black. It's just good for Black. Okay. So 2 games gone quickly. Draws, right? And all the rest, well, Rakhmanov Motilev might be, as we said, a quick draw, but 3 other games are building up and will be very interesting, I believe. Here as well, like Fedoseev, like tournament situation says you have to play, right? And
but for him, it's always you have to play.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what.
Doesn't matter how many points.
I can tell you the story of my worst defeat ever. So it was the European Championship, and we are both on +4, which is good enough to qualify for the World Cup. And this is round 10 out of 11 rounds, yeah. And we play each other, I'm white. And if we make 2 draws, we both qualify. And usually, with people with +4, they always make a quick draw because that's the main goal of the tournament. Right? You want to qualify for the World Cup. So I was like, all right. I mean, and we are good friends, so I was like,
why not?
A draw? Yeah. He said no. And I'm white, remember?
Yeah.
So
he just wants to play.
He just wants to play, and d4, d5, c4, c6, c takes d5, of course.
Yeah.
And I lost that game. I mean, this is literally the worst game I've ever played. I was so ashamed of myself after that. And I couldn't win the last one, so I didn't qualify. And after that game, we're not friends anymore. Yeah.
But you are friends.
But we are, yeah.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's
E6.
out of 4. E6 was just played. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's not a bad move, but b5 looked
B5
much
looked
stronger.
tempting unless we were unless we missed something. Yeah, because after E6 I can say move the queen, and it doesn't mean that black's position is bad, right? But
Yeah, it's not bad at all, but b5 just felt very, very strong.
yeah, B5 looked like an attempt to maybe fight for the initiative, right?
Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling, based on Garechkina's games from this tournament, that she's not ambitious enough. I don't think she actually got to that level of confidence when she believes that she can beat all of these guys. I mean,
So we know she can.
we know she can, so she needs to believe in herself, and everything will be great. Because like the move b5, I'm sure she saw that, but she just e6. Let's be solid. And that's your main goal for this tournament, right? To be solid.
To be solid.
While she, just add the bit of aggression, and she will score much more points, I think.
So take some lessons from Magnus Carlsen, right? So I consider my opponent to be an idiot unless he proves otherwise.
Right. And that's how Fedoseev plays, actually.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. That Fedoseev would. No, I mean really. I believe like everyone is familiar with such situations, so that you see a promising move against. Promising, but it's not clear if, let's say, if it's winning or gives the advantage against stronger opponent or presumably stronger opponent. And there is this weird thought that, yeah, I mean, probably the guy has an idea, right? Maybe he allows it for a reason. Yeah. And sometimes you just don't play the move because, my strong opponent allows it.
Exactly. I mean, this is actually my game against the only live game, and not an online game I played against Magnus. And I had exactly the same feeling, like, some moves like knight e6 I play, and it looks good. I mean, it's sharp, but it looks good. And then, no, man, he must have something in mind. I'm probably blundering something. So let's make a solid move. And, of course, I lost the game, while knight e6 was actually great for me.
Okay. So, but anyway, it will be an interesting game. Pankratov has played g5 after queen f4. So it's heating up. Yeah, it's heating up. All right, so if we take this, it's rook f8. Because I've declared the queen is getting trapped. Does it?
And,
go here.
Rook g7.
Takes. Rook g7. Is this the position that I actually sacrifice the queen?
I mean, that is
Knight
so desperate.
Desperate. Knight f6, g4. I don't know.
I mean, I guess this exact position is playable, but I don't think you're going for this as white because you're afraid to lose the queen
I agree.
on the much worse terms,
I agree. No, but I just got curious about this position. I mean, you're not forced to take, by the way, so maybe you can do something else. But that's a funny position anyway. It's a funny position anyway. What else? Yeah. So if that, black can. Wait, black can take on g6, queen f6, rook here, and the only question, the only square is on g5. After which,
take on e5.
Take on e5, So very sharp. And if you don't take g5, what do you do?
And g4, right? G4 he takes.
G4 I take, you take, I take.
No, but even knight
g4 takes knight f5.
But knight e5. Right?
Yeah, there is knight e5 g G3 takes, right? I mean,
But if knight takes, then f7 is a problem, really.
knight takes.
Oh, but maybe you take and play g4. Actually.
G4, yeah, that's what I thought. We get rid of all the pawns, but it's such a
This
mess.
is true French spirit. Yeah, I like
queen
it.
on H2. I mean, man, it's queen on H2.
I mean, even if it's good for white,
Who cares?
I wouldn't
cares?
be able to stop myself.
Yeah, who cares? It's such a beautiful sequence of moves, like G3, just like
f6, then g3, then d4.
yeah. How many? Like, look, I mean, one pawn, and then G3 is a breakthrough, and D4 is a breakthrough.
Right.
Yeah, that's such a lovely line. Anyway, that means the game's heating up, and it can, it can turn into a mess. It's already a mess. And look at Chigaev. I mean, the guy.
Pankratov will win this game. This is my bet.
Just plain and simple.
Yeah. This is his type of position. He's way ahead on the clock. Chigaev, I'm sure, hates his position right now.
Yeah, he hates being attacked, as far as I understand.
Right.
Yeah, and that's understandable, right? Motilev's game did not change a bit. I'm a bit surprised that Rachmanov, whom you said was kind of that's his repetitor thing.
But I think he
Rukhev
plays
to
bishop b5 mainly. So
C4.
yeah, I mean that's the line.
Only no, queen b4. You have bishop d6 now.
Or you can take a
You can take
d6.
play bishop d6. Yeah. No, queen b4 is. So you go c5 or takes
Or
in
takes
c5.
in c5. And I even recall this being a line, to be honest. So
For instance,
Yeah.
takes c5, takes.
yeah, this is just very little, of course. I mean, probably just equal. I mean, black is a bit more active, so like knight e4, knight c3.
Yeah, it's like you get rid of all the rooks, and then maybe you can
yeah.
claim something.
I mean, that's
with
white's
white,
only
but-
chance. Right?
But you won't be able to, because like with all this jumping, like knight gets to c3, and you'll probably be happy to exchange it for a bishop. Yes, I think it's just an immediate draw then. Maybe white has some other line, but
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, what they do after c5, it's like cd bishop e5 maybe. Some moves like that. Bishop e5, knight d7, and let's say I don't know what I do. Nonsense. Yeah, might be just a quick simplifications. Okay, back to the ladies, back to women's tournament. I suggest Garifulina with Ovot to start with. C6 was the last time we've seen this position. Knight d2, then knight goes to e6, then queen e8, knight g6, f5 takes, and rook takes.
I'm not sure if it's that strong, but very logical, right? All of what Ower is doing, I think, makes a lot of sense. Queen f8 next, or maybe queen f7, bishop d7, rook f8. Let's go.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not sure what White's next move is. Like,
So you're saying if I
rook
move
E-
the queen,
Yeah,
then
that's
rook
what I thought.
f3?
Like queen d2, do we probably take?
I mean,
Take,
we probably
and
take,
then-
but she probably doesn't take.
And then this, and try to play knight f4.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
I mean,
this is
at
very
least
cool
looks interesting. If it's not queen d, maybe queen d3 is probably, even though it's awkward on d3, right? E1, you kind of want to play this rook to e1. Don't you agree that like with black bishop on a7, like moving the rook from f1 to e1 is maybe it is a good move.
Oh, that's a good point.
Psychologically, not that easy. So what I'm trying to say that perhaps white already here will spend some time to kind of avoid this rook.
Although Leah generally plays very fast, so maybe knight d4 is a move.
Knight
I'm
d4 is
thinking.
possible, but then it's also kind of, it makes life easier
Knight takes.
for both, yeah? So takes. I'll
I mean, I think for white first.
so maybe knight f4, so that it's not running away.
Queen d2.
Queen d2, queen, don't know, f7.
Rook e1.
This rook d1, bishop d7.
Yeah, I guess black must be
just
fine
solid,
here.
yeah. I can play g5 later on, right? Even g5, I mean, just to make sure that this guy is stable on f4. Potentially can... I mean, one of those positions, I'm not sure if if black equalized yet, but the structure, the position looks like there is potential for more, right? In some cases, you equalize and that's it, the game's finished, right? Here, you can
I think
hope
she
with
equalized
black.
once white played bishop g5, so maybe she's hoping for something more than just a equal position.
Okay, moving on. Bivol with Kashlinskaya. After knight f4, indeed, queen a6 was played, bishop c5.
So that's
short.
exactly the line, I
I think that they both know simply. Knight b3.
Not Bivol, I think.
Bishop b6 takes on f4, rook a d1, castles short.
Yeah. This is actually still the line, and then queen d3 was a move, I think.
I don't quite understand what's that. Bishop h7.
Yeah, bishop h7 is a
queen
move too.
d3, bishop f5.
Bishop f5, maybe we just take, actually.
Yeah, I would take and take with the rook.
The bishops are just too strong. No, but this is still in the Giri's course, and I remember now. It was bishop h7, takes queen d3. The bishop king goes back, queen d7, and then we can even take on d7. But queen f6 is the simplest.
Queen
and
f6.
Yeah, white has an extra pawn, but the bishop is
b2's hanging.
superior, and even the entrance says it's 000. So
Yeah, some f3 at some point. Yeah.
In fact, this is not the only way. I think takes rook d8 is also good. But
Queen back to e2. Okay. So that's perhaps the position where Kashlinskaya will start thinking.
But queen e2 is a weird move, to be honest.
Where does it go? Even f3. And if queen d3 would be played, what's the move then?
Then there was something as well. Maybe bishop e6.
e6, check here, and same. Yeah, if you
I mean, black just always has enough compensation here. That's the whole point.
you swap the queens, then yeah, more than okay. If you don't, then the queen will go to h4. It's not clear who's attacking whom.
Right. I mean, I guess black is attacking, but white has an extra pawn in that line. Queen e2, I don't remember being a move at all. So
what do we do? Rook
queen
e8,
e8 maybe?
queen e8, just to unpin.
Yeah, some bishop b5
Queen e8,
ideas.
by the way, yes, bishop b5. I mean, you can still go there.
Yeah,
You
I
can
mean,
still
that is
go
the same,
there, right?
right?
Bishop h7, king h7, check. Maybe not exactly the same. Maybe you have some queen e5.
I mean,
more or less,
same,
yeah. Queen
yeah.
on f6
Same.
and e5, yeah.
Well, the thing is, I mean, if she didn't play it at once, I mean, I don't think she missed this bishop h7 idea, because this
Yeah.
is just too obvious. And
Queen e2 is a trap. If you play queen e7, I take on h7.
all right,
Beautiful.
yeah. But maybe white doesn't actually lose anything this way, right?
Could be.
But can I just play something simple, like g6, let's say?
e6 to stop all this nonsense, yeah. Queen f3, let's say. Maybe I'm trying to
Queen
get to the
c7.
queen c7. Yeah.
And white needs to be fast, right? I mean, if we get to develop...
Which is one move, like
Yeah.
bishop e6, rook d8, and black's better.
I mean,
already.
develop in the sense that just get rid of all these pins and stuff. So Yeah, already this position looks slightly better for black,
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
The knight on b3 is just miserable. The bishop on b6 is really strong, so g6 might be the move.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. At least now we can clearly state that, you know, the opening stage, the opening knowledge is over for both players. And yeah, the game starts for both. Pogoni now is Guseva. Again, this case, actually, those are two very special players because they will, you know, spend time on every move, like 5 minutes per move on every move. Knight went to e4 indeed.
Yeah, deep
Bishop
players.
e4, a d8, a to c1, h6, a3.
Like the last two moves are, I mean, they look fine, but
Somewhat mysterious, here, right?
Like, how do you come off?
Yeah,
with this?
why exactly
At
h6
this
in
point,
this
yeah.
moment? Yeah, why exactly a3 in this point? Yeah, that's a good that's a good point here.
Yeah. I think we should invite some of the ladies tonight after the game, so maybe she will explain.
Yeah, depends on how this finishes, of course.
I mean, yeah, not from this game, from any game basically, but it's more or less, you know, the same thing more or less happening in every game.
In every game. So just
Yeah.
to ask him, what are you thinking about during the game? Yes.
How do you
will
choose
it be
your move?
will it
Yeah.
be a polite question to ask? I'm wondering. Daria Voigt against Olga Gira. Knight c3 was taken with the queen. Knight b4 a3. Yeah.
We got to this position in 5 seconds.
And then c5 was what we
No, I
said.
think you
yeah.
played queen
I
b3,
played
right?
queen b3. Queen d2 is probably a bit smarter.
No, but I don't think I need to rush with c5 because my pieces are more or less well placed.
Stable, everything. You
Yeah,
can
stable
get
in the center.
c6, move the queen, go c5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Yeah, c6 actually makes sense. Queen.
You know, I mean, in terms of equalizing, you can take this and this in some order. Let's say takes. I don't think f3 is a great idea. And play c6, play queen b6, play rook d8, and then eventually play c5.
So you're not scared of all this b4 stuff.
b4 with opposite
I mean, then
colors.
a5
Yeah,
always,
a5 is going to be...
But I mean, this is not happening. Giria will try to find a way how to complicate the position, not simplify. So I don't know. And c6 looks fine. h6 looks fine.
Yeah. So do we move on then? Galyamova with Shuvalova move 16. Rook e1, knight d7, queen e2 indeed. Rook a d8. So rook a d1, rook a d8, d5 finally.
Finally, or too soon?
Don't know. This and this.
Because
Rook e8, yeah, or something.
yeah, I mean, somehow I have a feeling that we didn't have to rush with this d5 move as white.
Here.
Like, maybe it's not a bad idea, but yeah, on the other hand, how do we improve the position, actually?
This, black will change his mind and go rook d8, rook c8, yeah?
There's also knight g4 always. In
Yeah, with
position.
queen on c7, yeah, like knight g4, and they are threatening to take. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean... So now, rook to e8, for instance.
Has been played.
Defend the bishop, threaten to take on d5. If pawn takes, knight takes.
No, this looks fine, because, I mean, if you play d5, you want to have something concrete in mind, because otherwise it makes your structure
That's what I had kind
ruined. And if I just take twice,
with
knight and bishop.
knight and the bishop, yeah? And then something should magically work for me. That's one guy, that's the other guy. Bishop h7 kinda works. Not sure if I'm better at the end. But maybe I don't think maybe I am, no? Check.
I don't think so. King G8, Rook D8.
King G8, Rook D8.
Why is it
Queen
worse?
F5.
I mean, unless I blunder something on E6, but
Maybe Queen
C2, yeah. Queen C5, maybe.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I mean, you have some little tricks in the position, but I should be able to stop them.
I agree. Because sometimes, like exchanging some central pawns for the h7 pawn. I mean, it's a known motif in many openings, and sometimes like the absence of the h pawn actually tells, and white gets,
it could be critical, but
initiative, but not here.
You need more pieces for that.
Yeah, that's the feeling that simply the pieces are not enough. Ideally, of course, I would prefer not to take on e6, but somehow to keep the tension. But I don't see it.
So that's why I think Galemo actually rushed a little bit with
knight g5 technically attacks it.
And if I take again,
knight take, or maybe pawn knight take. Okay, knight takes. Because now h7 kind of hanging. Yeah.
It looks scary. Yeah.
Queen h5. Doesn't queen h5 just win?
Maybe it does.
Probably does, because
actually
attack both,
cool idea, right?
So maybe knight g5 at least to try. At least to try. Because there is this idea. I mean, it can be knight f7 in some positions.
I mean, if this works, this is very serious. So yeah, knight g5 looks actually
like h6,
very interesting.
H6, and then you sacrifice it somewhere.
Yeah.
Like take f7 and just pray for it to work. Yeah, that's. But anyway, even if she doesn't play it, I think the position is already kind of unbalanced enough. You cannot kind of undo.
So yeah, that's what I meant by saying maybe d5 was played a bit.
Maybe d5 was.
That's what the mistake a lot of players do, even at the high level. They move the pawns, and they, it turned out to be a mistake, and they can't get it back, right? So that's what my first coach always told me. The pawns don't go backwards, so be very, very careful with moving the pawns. Yeah,
and here, I mean, I'm not sure, because we were unable ourselves to specify, like, you should have done something else instead of d5. But very often it would be that, your position is comfortable already, right? Yeah. And you can play it in many ways, and yet you'd play, say, d5, something direct, and then you realize, but maybe I had to do.
No, on the other hand, d5 is a logical follow-up of all White's previous play.
Very thematic, very principled, of course.
But it gives up the c5 square, it makes the pawn hanging actually, so it has some drawbacks as well.
You know what, there is also this move, just realized.
Which one?
Queen c2.
Oh, Queen c2.
So it's not that threatening, but technically it's a move.
Yeah, I guess.
So if g6, g6 somehow feels a bit, So white kind of has moves. Yeah, white has moves.
Makes sense. Looks kind of dangerous, I agree.
And also, just pay attention, two pairs of pawns exchanged. All the pieces kept on the board. Gunina and Bodnaruk. Look what happens. Castles, Queen h5 played by Bodnaruk instead of castle short. Queen h5, h6, offering pawn sacrifice. g3 and d4. d4.
Once again, I'm really confused by all these moves.
What is this d4?
Queen d5 is
probably what she wants is some queen d5.
But I mean, knight d2.
Knight d2 looks very, very natural, right? I'm afraid you'll end up in a terrible position. Because white can return the bishop to c1 later on, right? And what does bishop on b6 do?
But also we get e4 square, c4 square.
Also. Yeah, like d4 is like from positional standpoint is just a terrible move.
Yeah, I was trying to think of some softer terms, but
but really,
it is terrible.
But really, like you give away all the squares, so the only kind of justification you can come up with is if really you make use of the d5 square, but I don't see how to do it.
Maybe bishop c7 is the idea.
c7, kind of target this pawn as many times as possible. And you're actually taking it next move. Okay, so that's why you go well, wait a second. Could you play bishop c7 without d4?
No, but then bishop was protected. Right?
But then the bishop was protected. Okay, so d4, if I go here, can you take? You probably can, yeah? Knight takes, queen d5.
Mm-hmm.
And rook is hanging with a check. Bishop g6, you'll take, yeah. So it's all, as you know, as per usual in Gunina's games, like you should not be paying too much attention to positional factors because every move of her.
It's, I mean, how many times has she won the championship? Like 3 times at least.
Yeah.
She's World Bliss, World Rapid champion, European champion, all titles. Olympic champion, right? And yet, I mean, she's an absolutely brilliant tactician, an attacking player, but d4 is not something I would expect from a top GM, let's say, right?
But maybe it's good. Maybe it's one of those positions where, you know, it's an exception and d4 is actually the strongest.
It could be the case, absolutely, but something tells me that's not the case. But it could be.
Okay. And as early as move 12, both already spending a lot of time. Yeah, so it's obviously a fresh position, especially after d4.
Yeah, but, I mean, as we said, only 3 games to go, and I think Shuvalova is yet to play Gunina.
Yeah.
So every single game for these 3 players, including Ovid, are critical right now.
I'm trying to recall. Is it the finish for Gunina that she plays Shuvalova and Ovid in last 2 rounds? I mean, very likely.
Check it real quick. So Ovid Gunina is the next round, and then the last round is Gunina Shuvalova.
Yeah. So nothing is clear, even if like 1 point difference, right? Mm-hmm. It's still not clear. Yeah, that'll be a very exciting finish for women's tournament, in terms of pairings at least. Yeah. All right. The boys once again, maybe. Rakhmanov, Motilev. C4, D takes, Rook F to C1, played by Rakhmanov. Somewhat mysterious. Or maybe nothing mysterious here.
No, yeah,
C5 I'll take with the rook. Yeah, and CD I'll take with the rook on D4 as well. Maybe
Rakhmanov is actually good in squeezing this little advantages out of position, so I won't be surprised if he actually get a chance to play.
How about that? Bishop d6 maybe to stop c5 at least.
And rook c4 I think is an option too.
Rook c4.
No, but then you just take bishop e4. Yeah, this is nothing.
Yeah, takes. That's
even only black can be better here, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, but my point after knight d5 was, yeah, of course I wouldn't mind exchanging the 4 bishop, and if it goes here, then c3 for now, and the pawn is alive.
Knight b4 is a move, I think, as well.
Yeah, queen b2 will be somewhere, knight b4, yeah.
I mean, instead of...
Immediately knight b4, yeah, you're right. b4 and then knight d3.
Looks annoying.
So how about knight d5? Rakhmanov's down to 24 minutes.
Yeah, but that's normal.
That's normal once again. He tends to spend...
he does spend a lot of time.
So perhaps...
Actually, I think this is sort of a recent thing for him. Like, I don't remember him being that slow of a player, but recently he kind of slowed down. I don't know what's the reason for that, but that's the case.
Yeah, but really, what do you do after knight d5?
No, I think you just have to take on c4 and accept that position.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, if anyone is better, it's only black, right? The bishop on d5 is just...
maybe, you know what, maybe you somehow exchange it. Let's say double the rooks, bishop d5, rook c5. But this way you won't be on time to exchange it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess white is still fine, but it's black who is slightly better here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not that you're playing this one for a win with white.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't play this one for a win, there was absolutely no reason for you not to take on c4 with the bishop, which would lead to simply symmetrical and equal position. Good news. We won't be bored because Chigayev just captured on f6.
Let's go.
You can win. Yeah, let's go, baby.
This is
rook f8.
This is about to become the game of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, after rook f8, white is forced to give up the queen. And then we get that position you were
I'm
curious about.
He might have, like, various ways of sacrificing the queen. Like, this could be an option, yeah? That was my initial idea. Queen h6, knight f5 takes. Checking carefully, rook g7 is kind of the only way of trapping the queen immediately, at least. And then I take on g5. And then you, being a smart person, you take on g5. And I cannot take back.
But you can take on g7 first, like play h6, let's say, and then take on g5.
Right, so I can take here, go here. Maybe even go here, threatening. It's kind of a forced thing, yeah? And then I play g4, just for the sake of...
No, but g4, knight h4.
Knight g5, with the knight on h4.
Okay.
No, but okay, I mean, I'm taking. Who knows what that, I mean, white has the rook for the queen, but plus 3 pawns, pawn on h7, and in such a block, so far black cannot kind of unleash the power of the queen.
Looks cool. That's all I can say, yeah.
That looks cool. And then you go knight d8 to cover f7, and I start adding pawns. Looks cool, but once again, in terms of being practical, I would probably play rook f8 because the position still felt good.
Right, but I think he just quickly glanced at this line, saw that the queen is getting trapped. So
you're calculating it this way. Queen f6, I trap the queen.
Right,
I don't look at the resulting position.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yes, rook f8 is one thing. You can also try to be smart, like go g4, maybe knight f5, so the queen is getting stuck and maybe you trap it later.
Maybe knight f5 first.
Maybe knight f5 first after queen f6, yeah, but, oops, sorry. Yeah, the queen f6 stopped moving, what? This. Knight g5. Yes, right? And you go g4.
But g4 I take...
you take the queen
g5.
and take on g5, yeah, so I need to...
Although even then there is f7.
Okay, let's show this light. I mean, that's ups that, and then if you move the knight, we presume that white has something. If rook g5, then there is f7.
You have to go back with the queen, but then bishop g5.
Yeah, then I'm just winning probably. Yeah, and that, and it's 2 rooks. It's 2 rooks for the queen. Maybe we change the evaluation. Maybe we think now that it's not for nothing. Chigayev is a tactician.
Yeah, because I would be just scared of blundering the queen for nothing here. But he spent quite a lot of time, like 20 minutes, I believe, and he actually went for this line, which is about, as we said, I think this is about to become the game of the tournament. if they actually get to this position. And I think, can we actually find any deviation? I don't think so.
I don't know. That we no, I'll have to reload it quickly. So that rook f8, queen h6, and maybe some. No, but that's too smart, like rook f7 or what. No, I think you have to take the queen this way or another. So after queen f6, either knight f5 on rook f8, knight f5. And then it's a very sharp, very unbalanced position, of course. Okay. So let's perhaps move on. Yeah?
That's actually another reason why I like this line. In general, I played this as black recently, this winner, because we actually get a very disbalanced position quite often, and it may help in a sense in that we produce actually very, very entertaining games. 'Cause, of course we could play Berlin or Petrov, whatever, but this is always fun.
Yeah. And it's like the initial, let's say, conflict. This chain's been there, right? I don't know, queen g4. Let's stop here. It's never. You don't have the potential to make it equal position. It will never be equal in the sense like everything's symmetrical, and we swap pieces on the e file. So if one side gets kind of successful with his plan, he's better, right? Same goes for black. Like if black, like in the game, f6. If you force white to take, then black all of a sudden is much better. And here we don't know who's better. I
think Pankratov is surprised by this.
Yeah, he's surprised.
As we said, he just probably glanced at it quickly, said that, okay, I'm a queen up. And,
queen's getting trapped, so why would I calculate this nonsense? And remember when we were talking about Chigai, that he hates to be attacked and everything, but Pankratov seems to be the same type of a guy.
They're similar, yeah.
So this queen f6 is not only a brave choice, but also, might happen to be a smart choice against Pankratov.
Psychologically, yeah. And maybe just the best to move objectively as well. So, yeah. They're they have a similar style. And in fact, for myself, somehow, these are... remember we were talking about some unpleasant opponents who you lose all the time. Against these guys, I think my score is around plus 30.
Wow.
I think Chigaev only made one draw, because they actually play great attacking chess, but somehow against them I usually get to get a safe position, and then they try to attack me, and somehow I stop their attack and just get a...
Use it to your benefit.
Right.
Okay, so just thought quickly check 2 other games in the men's tournament. Predke with Andreikin. That's an interesting situation here. Knight to d6. So Andreikin kind of tries to force white to do something with it. He doesn't like the tension, and who would like the tension? And so now c5, knight b5, or maybe just, you don't need knight b5, just back to e4, right? Then that. Maybe you don't take, Maybe you don't take, maybe you just play rook b8.
I'm not even sure what's wrong with taking, to be honest. The only problem is that you will, in current moves, bring the knight to a5, but I'm not sure if this is actually happening in this game. But also, I would probably put the knight on b5, actually. Because then maybe we can play e5 quickly.
Maybe you're right.
But c5 isn't happening anymore.
C5 is not a great move. C5 is not a great move. I'm just trying to highlight, what black actually kind of wants, so that this tension is resolved this way or another. If you take, it's some really bright version of Carlsbad, I believe, for black. Therefore, knight b2 to keep c4 protected, g5, bishop c3, and queen e7.
Yeah. So this game might be not as sparkling as Chigaev's game, but also very, very serious conflict in this position and can go either way, I think.
95, if 95, maybe 95, yeah.
Yeah, 95, then probably something like G7, I guess.
G7, and then it seems I can put this knight here or not. I mean, it's a little bit awkward.
I think you actually can.
Yeah.
And if you win that e5 square for your knights, then
this will never be developed.
this guy is sad, yeah.
This will never be developed.
Also, the idea maybe at some point to take and play knight c5, but then c4 is hanging, so I'm not sure.
Okay. So all in all, it's not like Andreikin. Yeah, we said Andreikin perhaps does have some intentions to try to complicate the game, but
I think he just plays chess and he does what the position requires. Because I mean, if he doesn't play all this g5 stuff on the king side, he will just get smashed on the queen side with no counterplay at all. So, yeah, very, very tricky position.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you have to play play out your initiative on the king side with your bishop being on c8 and with your rook being on a8, and you cannot do much.
But you're more of pretending and stopping all of white's pieces from moving towards queen side. Because now, I mean, as we said, white doesn't really want to move the c4 pawn, right? And if we don't move that pawn, we also can't really move the knight from b2, right?
Yeah.
Unless we play knight e5, knight e3, which looks like a serious achievement for white.
So he can try to play it, yeah.
So it's kind of hard for both sides to make a serious progress, but in any case, I mean, this is still all the pieces on the board.
All the pieces, literally, yeah, all the pieces on the board.
Yeah, anything can happen, of course.
Yeah, so today is an interesting day. Look, 2 very quick draws, but other games, nothing simplifies, right? Like even like Rachmanov Motorov can become interesting also spend a lot of time. So I believe the crisis today happens around 40 in a lot of games. Also ladies, like the furthest advanced game is like move 21 in 2 hours. So potentially, we will have quite a few time drops.
Today is a very interesting round, I agree. Despite, 2 quick draws. Even here,
Fedoseev, Goryachkin, some stuff has started to happen. E6, Fedoseev went queen d1. Rook c8, bishop b2 back, knight back, so that the knight goes to c6, perhaps.
So remember, we actually saw a similar structure in the Galemo-Shuvalov's game, and Shuvalov just put knight on d7. And here, Goryachkin realized that the knight is actually better on c6, so she maneuvered to that square, and now
bishop
d4
h3, h6, knight b3, and g5.
Yeah, this is very concrete because I think strategically it's probably
not what you want to do.
A bit weakening, yeah. But on the other hand, if bishop g2, maybe she wants to play some knight e7, let's say. Knight goes to f5. So if white is forced to play knight e1, which Fedoseev just did,
and then g5 apparently isn't such a terrible move.
Well, this looks like a weird regrouping for white, I think. On the other hand, I mean, we always say what Fedoseev does, not always, but quite often we say what he does is weird, and then somehow in 5 moves, all of his pieces get to the right squares and he wins the game.
like compared to the game with Vityugov, that's healthy move. No, 91.
No, absolutely.
Nothing special.
And, he's, in my opinion, just a very unique player in the sense that, most of the players, you kind of understand what they do. They try to regroup the pieces in the
understandable way.
Understandable way. Like this move, 91. I mean, of course, he stopped g4, but Also, I think he has some active ideas in mind, which
It's
I don't see yet,
93,
but I'm sure
yeah.
he knows a thing
But
or
what
two
to
on
do
this.
for black? Like all the pieces on the board. You've committed to g6, g5, which might not be that terrible, but still a bit of a weakness. And how do you continue?
I don't know.
Get the knight back to d7? Knight e7, knight g6 could be an idea, but knight e7, you should watch out for d5, right?
Yeah.
And who knows what's
Is
there.
a5 a move?
a5, just to disturb this guy, yeah. And if a4, then okay,
Then we get the square, yeah.
then the square on b4, yeah, actually. It's somewhat counterintuitive, but
Yeah. No.
but a4 is, yeah, the threat of a4 is kind of there.
I'm a bit surprised by Garechkin's g5 because she generally doesn't really like weakening her position, and maybe she just really underestimated the move knight e1.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe she'll show us what's the plan of the knight e1. But yeah, I agree. Knowing that the player with black is Aleksandr Garechkina, you either do not expect g5 to be played at all, or to be immediately beneficial, right?
Right.
So she won't just throw in g5 just for the sake of it.
Exactly. I mean, h5 is an idea as well.
Yeah? Said A, say B.
Yeah. I mean, a5, a4, h5. How about that sequence?
All right, so as we said, the round 9, the start of the end game of a tournament, is promises, is on its way, promises some entertainment, I believe, and a lot of entertainment if Chigayev's queen will be trapped on f6.
Right.
As well as the other
Pankratov is
games.
still thinking, yeah.
Yeah, Pankratov is still thinking. I believe quite a few games will be on fire today. So, let's do the usual thing. Let's do the usual trick. After a couple of hours,
The traditional thing.
The traditional thing, the well-established tradition. After a couple of hours, a coffee break, some 10 minutes, and we'll be back. So let players delve deeper in the position. Right, so stay with us. We'll be back shortly, and we continue with round 9 after a break.
Take care.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. И надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
welcome back to Russian Superfinals, round 9, and most important news, Chigayev is a queen down. So the game of the round for sure, and possibly the game of the tournament, as we discussed with Alex, is developing. So once again, the reminder of today's pairings, 2 draws quickly. Nikita Vityugov decided to add an extra rest day against Maxim Matlakov, and as well a draw was the game between Yesipenko and Aleksandr. Other 4 games are in progress, and as well as all the women's tournament, but that's nothing new here.
Absolutely.
Nothing new here. Okay, and that's the very, very exciting game between Maxim Chigayev and Pavel Pankratov. We left it in this position. Pankratov certainly was not happy, allowing queen f6. So it
Spent a lot of time.
went down our line. Rook f8, knight f5, white captures, and captures on g7 indeed. Knight takes. He took immediately, so he did not play h6. Maybe he didn't need to. Okay,
Yeah,
knight
looks
takes
like
g5.
h6 can be played at any moment, so
Mhm.
probably was no need to
Yeah,
play it
and
immediately.
I imagine g4 could be White's next move,
Right.
Paralyze the knight on g7, then play h6.
I think g4 was actually an option on the previous move as well.
Like, not to take, but just to go g4.
We will take it on the next move, right?
Maybe, no, but we still take the g5 pawn. Or we just go h6, h7, h8, yeah.
Promote.
Nice. Okay, but so in any case, it doesn't look grim for White at all. In fact, I'm thinking I like White's chances.
Yeah, at least it feels like it's easier for White to play, right? g4, h6, h7.
Yeah, all those positions where you have a bunch of passed pawns, it's easier to play than for your opponent
Just
because
push
you
it.
just push it and see what happens. Yeah. So that's, of course, an interesting development. I'm not sure what move you play with black. Queen a4, trying to, win the pawn like that. It's a little bit sad to play rook a2 in...
Bishop d1 is an option always.
Bishop d1 is an option. And once again, queen is getting stuck on a4. In a way, you can describe it as, okay, White has rook for the queen. Queen on a4 is compensated with a rook on a1. Both do nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then White wins on the king side.
Although sometimes queen b5 is kind of annoying in such positions.
Queen b5 and threatening queen b2, and then if bishop c1, queen a5.
Yeah. Hopefully not happening, but a possible line, I think, yeah.
Yeah, but black certainly needs some way of counterplay, right? Yeah, the funny thing is that, say, queen a4, bishop d1, if you go after the rook, I might still play h6, h7, or g4 followed by h6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the best you can get is the pawn on a3, right?
Yeah.
b2, rook c1, always an option.
Mm-hmm. So there is this game, and there are more kind of quieter games. Rakhmanov with Motilov, rook f c1, knight d5 indeed was played. Bishop d6, c3, bishop f3, bishop g6.
Bishop takes d5, and we are done with this game.
Yeah. There was, remember, you were saying knight b4 was an option.
Yeah, but apparently queen b2 is an annoying reply.
Queen b2. Pinning it, if queen d8, you take on b4. Otherwise, you're threatening to take on c4. Mm-hmm. Right. So that's why he decided on c3. Bishop f3.
Right, e4.
Bishop g6. Yeah, no, so now e4. Kind of possible, by the way.
Maybe even knight f6.
Maybe knight f6 hitting the e4 pawn, yeah. Fair enough. Because I was thinking, how serious could this be? Like, takes. The experience showed that bishops are very powerful, but on the other hand, like if I get c2, and the bishop on
This guy
g6,
will
like
be
that,
powerful as well. Yeah.
yeah, the bishop on f3 won't be all that useful. Yeah, so maybe you can't even play e4, or you should be careful playing e4 because of that.
Right.
So, but bishop d5 is.
Yeah.
is
I mean,
there, of course.
Rachmanov is
Wait,
clearly unhappy.
and then you
bishop
put the
c5,
bishop
yeah.
c5, and I go here, and we even swap the queens.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, this game will finish soon, I think.
Okay. Then other things. Predkev is Andreikin. After queen e7, knight e5, queen g7, knight d3, bishop e5 and d e5 was played. Interesting. I thought bishop e5, d5 is just good for white, but maybe Andreikin kind of considers this position.
I mean, that's what he wants to do, obviously. I don't think he has any
Looks-
alternative.
Looks terrible, but no, can he do this, in fact? This, takes.
Yeah, with knight c5. I mean,
Knight c5, it's ugly. It is ugly. Nah.
I mean, I will get the b pawn, so you're
Yeah,
not
at
even
the
up a
very
pawn,
least,
right?
yeah. At the very, you're not even up a pawn, and what for are you struggling? It's not clear.
Right.
Yeah, so bishop e5, d5, knight c4 was played, right? So up a pawn for black. Not, I must say, not a single chance to play for a win for black, but who knows?
I mean, probably not now, but, you know, pawn is a pawn, so potentially, I think.
This is stable,
Like-
right? So like move the
That's some
rook,
chances.
get the knight here, and see.
Yeah, because I'm not sure. I mean, you said it looks terrible, but I don't really see why.
I mean, a lot of holes.
Yeah,
no?
but a pawn is a pawn. Like, what's the plan for white? Like, even potentially.
Yeah, how do you open up the position?
Right.
Yeah,
With
fair,
f3, 4.
fair
but
point.
Not sure about that plan at all.
Fair point. Do I get to trap this knight? Maybe something brilliant like e4
Takes.
takes, bishop takes,
But an e5 is always hanging around.
this and this. Nah, very hard to believe. Very hard.
I mean,
to
takes
believe.
on e5, then knight f3 check.
Ah, yeah, you have a
Right.
check and fall by e5. Yeah. So this doesn't work. I mean, it was not supposed to work. But just.
No, I think.
I mean, if
just-
I play
just a game.
f4, then
At the very least, g4. Like, how you
G4
breaking
and then
through, right?
Yeah, it is a game. With once again some conflict already. The black's pawn up. He's got extra 20 minutes, which matter because it's move 19.
Yeah, but Predke also has been kind of slow in this tournament.
If I do this, maybe that's what I have to do. Knight c5. I don't know. Maybe you can actually ignore this knight because I thought if you exchange, then maybe later on I'll be able to kind of trap the knight on c4. The plan being, I mean, I don't know. Probably black has some way of stopping this, right? But say the plan would be e3, move the rook, play bishop f1, take, put the rook on d6, and so on.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Queen c2. Queen to c2. Maybe just moving away, protecting d2 so that white can play bishop d4, like solidify everything till the maximum. Still a bit awkward.
It is awkward, but maybe your plan rook f7, knight f8, knight g. Although, like, okay, I bring the knight to g6, and then what's
what
next?
exactly?
Right?
F4 at some point.
F4 is always risky.
Feels like risky.
I mean, maybe I can even consider taking and playing king h1, bishop f3, rook g1, all this stuff. I don't think opening up the position is a good idea for black.
King h1, yeah.
Bishop f3, rook g1. No, this is
actually, yeah. You speed up, speed up the opening of the position. In fact, it's white who wants to open
exactly.
at least one file, while black is still undeveloped with these guys being stuck. Can it be that he actually does?
But this is again opening up the position, which is probably
Even like
a
a different side of the board, but still.
Like you don't want to open anything here, I think, as black.
Yeah.
Maybe c5 could be an option. Could it be an option? If you take knight b8, let's say. This looks like a
Put it on c6.
nice regrouping. On the other hand,
well, maybe bishop gets there, yeah. Maybe.
yeah, but the problem is I think I can play something like rook fb1 probably. So it's not like I have a clear follow-up, but at least I don't let develop
the bishop is
right?
the bishop is not getting to b5.
I think c5 is
Could be an idea. Yeah. No, but potentially that all will be decided in like before move 40 even, because 20 minutes for practice,
Sure.
16 minutes for practice.
I mean, they can shuffle around for a long time. I'm not so sure that this, the crisis will be reached that
early. Yeah. Okay. Shall we check Fedoseev and Goryachkina? Because Goryachkina played all the moves that you mentioned. H5 was played and A5 was played.
Yeah.
Rook to D1 played by Fedoseev. So now after A4, he's either planning to move to A1 or C1. Otherwise, he loses this.
Well, but I must say this is looking extremely awkward for white.
Isn't it just? Yeah, isn't it just better? Some D5. Yeah.
Like, let's say knight c1, right? Doesn't really matter, I think. I mean, the problem is d5 seems like the only reasonable idea in the position. On the other hand, do you actually want to play d5 the knight's on e1 and c1?
Yeah.
And your king is actually as exposed as black, so...
Knight A1. Okay.
Wow, and Miro in the chat is saying that Goryachkina is on minus 3.5.
Devaluation,
Yeah.
devaluation for that is minus 3.5. So there certainly is, there is some tactics available in the position.
Not sure about the tactic. Maybe we just go after the c-pawn. How do you protect the c-pawn? Right, because this is a typical play for black against the hanging pawns.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a weird hanging pawns position, but in the end of the day, the basic principles are still the same, right?
Like knight A5, or maybe
bishop
start with bishop A6, because the knight does its job of targeting
and
D4.
And D5 is not even an option because we can play knight takes D5, for instance, right?
Yeah, you
And
might
this is an
go
idea.
knight D5 yourself. Yeah, next move.
This is
Actually, for the sake, it feels like he misplayed it completely.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it did feel like it when he played all this 91 stuff. I mean, I feel like he just really, really believes in himself and thinks that he can get away with all this stuff. But
will trick Goryachkina later.
I mean, if it's minus 3.5, this is critical,
This is
right?
serious, yeah. Yeah, if she finds bishop A6, which, yes,
It's
indeed,
not hard to find, right?
Indeed, looks very strong.
Especially considering that now we introduced the knight d5 idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I'm not sure if it's winning, but looks very dangerous.
What does white do? Some bishop
With
F4,
all these knights, yeah.
K3. Typical Fedoseev.
Yeah. But D4 is also, it's protected, but the bishop on g7, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some tactics.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
let's say,
That's exactly my feeling. That something will happen.
say you go rook a3, I wouldn't be surprised if e5 is actually very strong.
5, and if d5
Knight
we just
d4.
take.
Or just
we
take,
can take.
just
Yeah.
take.
Yeah, if e5 happens, if all those files opening up,
Look at this knight
come on.
and rook on a3.
Come on, yeah, and yeah, I was complaining about Andreikin not developing the bishop, right? Here you have like 2 knights on a1 and e1.
Yeah. Although only 20 minutes left for Gereshkina, and she usually, I mean, in this term at least, she's not trying to be too ambitious. So, but on the other hand, she already played g5, h5, so it's time to forget about the
Not being
stuff.
ambitious, yeah. Andreikin played an interesting move. I don't quite understand how it happens. Knight d6. Ah, clever. Look, rook, queen c2, rook f7, and after bishop d4, rather bishop d4 allows black to play knight d6.
I think it
And
was missed.
perhaps put the well, you can kind of consider e4, but b5
F3,
cements everything, yeah. Knight
If you go to
b5.
e4, the knight is just getting trapped. So yeah, and b5 looks like a much better score than c4, right?
Yeah.
At least
Stable. I mean, all those plans like put the bishop on f1, take on c4,
you can no
longer work. Yeah, kind of cements the queen side.
Or some weird move by Gereshkin, knight h7.
Gereshkin just played knight h7, attacking the d4. Okay. Knight c2, I guess.
Yeah, and what's the follow-up?
Knight h7, yeah, kind of seems to be a move in the wrong direction. Not sure. Yeah, why knight h7? Knight ac2 played a tempo.
I guess you don't really consider knight ec2, right? Yeah. There's not much to think about in that position.
You can still switch to attacking the a pawn.
But
the
now
c pawn.
maybe I'm in time to play like knight a3 at some
Bishop
point.
a6, yeah, the white does something.
Also, you don't have knight
knight
d5
a5,
ideas
knight
anymore.
a3. Yeah, knight on h7 is not great.
Also, d5 now is potentially a threat because the bishop isn't, the rook isn't protected on e8 anymore. Knight e7. Where is she going?
f5. Something's off with Gereshkina's play.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not like she's any worse or anything, but all this knight h7,
I give a knight b4, other knight to c2.
Is knight f5 an option now?
Yeah, but I wasn't convinced that if it's like winning. Takes. I cannot get d5.
Right.
Yeah. Takes, queen f2, and then you probably play some g4.
G4, maybe not d5, right?
G4,
d5,
d5,
knight
yeah.
g5, tricky stuff.
And yeah, knight g5, and then knight h3 is a threat, and also some rook e1 followed by knight f3. So it is quite complex. But still, I liked this one better. Okay, I suggest we go back to Chigaev and Pankratov because guys are making moves. What has happened was after knight g5, knight f5, g4, knight 6, knight f2, e7, knight h7, knight f6, queen a4, king d1,
b5. I love this game. I love this game.
b5, a5,
No, but
b4,
the next
move,
yeah.
b4.
Actually, very, very annoying. How do you admit that?
There's also a thing that g6 will be taken.
Yeah. No, and I like the fact that Pankratov managed to bring his knight to e7 because on g7 was really doing nothing. On e7, I
So
mean, it's still not the most.
maybe this was needed, in fact. G4, right. So now the knight on e7, yeah, so I mean, first things first, so g5, g6 won't be that easy if you put the pawns like that.
It's all blocked, yeah.
Knight g6 will be a thing. Also knight f5 will be a thing in some cases.
But I mean, first things first, like how do you stop b4? Because if black gets to play b4 and then
I don't know.
Probably even b3, then it's
The answer is I don't know.
GG.
B4 I'll be capturing with this, and
But
then
knight
D4 is hanging, yeah. Does it mean it kind of shifted again, the position?
I mean, feels like I think Chigayev missed this b5 idea because, I mean, everything he did looks nice, but at the same time kind of slow. I mean, in the end of the day, he's queen down, so he kind of needs to push his pawns really, really fast.
And, you know, and as usual in chess, a tragedy of one tempo. I just realized king C1, something, king C1, something, king B2, and he's probably safe, right? Because before always winning, A4 attacks the queen, and the rooks are connected, and then you push the G pawn.
Yeah.
So B5 is well timed, and yeah, once again, could mean that it changed in Pankratov's favor. 20 minutes for Chigayev and a little bit less than half an hour for Pavel Pankratov. Still a lot of moves to reach the time control. Yeah, as you said, it's not clear what move he has to play. No way to protect D4 and stop B4 at the same time. Like you go bishop E3, it's B4, right? C takes, knight takes, C2 is hanging. So not an option.
Even such an ugly queen on A4 is still a very, very powerful piece.
It's still a queen, yeah.
Yeah, it's still a queen, exactly.
Yeah, it feels like Chigayev missed the very B5 move, right? Because before that, I mean, everything looked okay. Could he do something else?
Yeah, I think just rook c1, say, and
to give this and
then actually separate. I mean, who cares about that A3 pawn? Like, we already quite a lot of material down, so yeah.
We are already a queen down, yeah. Possibly. So it's getting even more complex now.
Can he try to do the same thing, like rook b1 maybe? And then
A3?
Then even A3, A5, or b4 in the next move still, right?
Even like F5 before, but
no, but we can take it.
Well, why
we're
not?
still threatening b4, so that's a
we
problem.
are threatening B4, rook B5 is
which is
just
queen
feels
A1,
wrong.
Yeah. No, queen A1.
Yeah, queen A1, bishop C1, queen C3. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. It's strange. I mean, you know, the span of 5 moves or something. So this looks perfectly comfortable for black. Black is just better out of the opening, right?
Yeah.
G5, queen F6, and especially some position like that, you think, okay, maybe white is just winning. Because
you don't really think white is winning.
Winning too much.
Some chances, yeah.
Right, and then here, I'm desperate again for white because black seems to be much faster.
No, just a blunder by Chigayev, I think.
Wait a second. So what's you go B4, and what's the next move?
I think b3 should be good enough. Maybe.
So okay, let me be a dumb person. So that now I need to protect the. Maybe I just go rook G1. Okay.
But now after you play G5, the problem could be that I can just play knight F5 immediately, maybe take first and then knight F5. I mean, I'm not sure if it works, but at least that's an idea, right?
So my point was that I want to push the G pawn,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, obviously.
G6, G7.
And B3, do you just... Ignore it?
Ignore it, perhaps?
What if you ignore it, I play b2 and queen a3.
B2, queen a3, bishop moves, queen a2, king e2 takes on d4, yeah.
Something should happen.
Just a mess. Okay,
And
so back
has
to reality.
Pankratov won a game? I don't think he has won
No,
a
none
game.
of those. Yeah, none of those. Okay, so there's that. Predkin and Andreikin. Okay, the knight is already on b5 after knight d6, bishop b2, knight b5 was played, and f4. So this gives Andreikin a chance to block everything with g4. Well, not literally everything.
How do you even potentially break through as well?
h3.
5?
This. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe the h file will be enough.
Okay, maybe.
Enough? Nah, probably not. I mean, it's such a depressing position for black because I don't think you ever win there. Or maybe you just build the fortress. Maybe you just build the fortress. Anyway, that's an interesting position as well. Move 23. 15 minutes for Predke, half an hour for Andreikin.
Yeah, but two result game still, right?
Yeah.
Could it be the case that he actually provoked Andreikin to play knight d6, knight b5, so now he can play knight b4? Sorry, f4. I said knight b4.
Yeah, f4.
And there is no knight e3 anymore, at least. But actually, I agree. Yeah, I mean, g4, king f2 looks very unpleasant.
But what else do you do? I'm afraid g4 might be the next move. The next move. I mean, especially if black is that undeveloped. Maybe knight f8, maybe you're not that scared. But knight f8, you allow knight c5. It's not like you're developing easily. Yeah, interestingly, maybe the knight on b5, we liked it, but after this f4, so I should probably still do this and then somehow prepare to hold everything.
Actually, white's attack developing very quickly here, right? Rook h1, h3, double on h-file. You just, the rook's still being on a8, bishop on c8, now d7, you just won't be able to counter me on that file, right?
And then some pieces might come from that angle, And that's still not over, still not simple.
Could it be a lost position for black?
Yes, sometimes. I mean, if you don't develop the pieces, they
get punished.
Actually,
right?
Yeah, you get punished. They come after you. Oof. And Goryachkina against Fedoseev continues to move her knights. Knight h7, knight e7, bishop a3 by Fedoseev. Knight g6, rook e d3. I think he regrouped much better than Goryachkina did. It's not like black is worse, but he didn't achieve much. Now bishop a6, white has knight e3. Remember we were talking like when you have a bad position, that means you have a lot of useful moves with white.
Right.
So, now, white's pieces were so bad that any move feels like white improves the position.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not really sure what's the point of bringing the knight to g6, but
It's like h4, but it's too slow.
is e5 ever an idea?
E5 could be, right? E5, D5.
e6, no?
E4,
sorry,
E4.
Takes g4, then one knight comes to e5, second knight comes to g5.
Maybe, yeah. But then you cannot change the course of a game. You had such a beautiful
It's
battery,
really double-edged,
right?
yeah.
Maybe you're fine. Just knight e5, bishop a6, attack c4, but it's not that easy to switch from.
But e5 I think has been just played.
F5.
Wow.
F5.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's something you could expect from Fedoseev, not from Goryachkina, right?
I'll be sure the colors are not mixed up.
Right.
But Goryachkina would never put a knight on a1 on the other hand.
Yeah.
So here at least it's move 30, so they are much closer to making it to the time control.
Oh, but this is also a very, very interesting game. So Muratov probably winning here. I mean, we know that Grechkin was winning some time ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like that's the case anymore.
We'll have a third draw apparently. Motilev with Rakhmanov. Cannot take on b4 because a checkmate.
Is it that simple? Black?
For black.
I mean, my
Well,
rook is a bit more active, and actually, I think yesterday there was a game, Shankland-Naroditsky. Like, black actually won something, sorry, white actually won something really similar.
Ah, so you mean we do this, for instance?
Whatever,
You go with
A3, and then it's just, like, I don't exchange the rooks, your bishop is cut off, so maybe I play like G4, F3,
F3, G4,
advance,
H3, bring the king.
No, I think white can actually try for something.
Yeah, white can play, yeah, I agree. I mean, he's probably not winning because, after all, it's equal material, you know.
No, I mean, no one's saying he's winning this game, but he could try, and this is what he
kind of does the best.
Does the best, yeah. So I don't think he's taking draw anytime soon. And for us, that's
good.
That's very good.
That's good
yeah.
because, yeah, the more games, the better. Let's check women's tournament. Garifuli now is over. Queen's ending, which can
Just
be
a draw, right?
Well, yeah. Bivol with Kashlinska. Yeah, she's a pawn down, but all the pieces are so active. Queen e2, g6, you were right. Queen f3, queen c7, knight c1. Terrible knight from b3 gets relocated to better squares.
White wins the pawn, but that pawn wasn't that important, I think. And I mean, I would definitely take black here. Just look at the activity.
Everything
right?
everything is so active. Won't be surprised if black is just somehow immediately gets an advantage.
Maybe. And
G3.
actually, where do you put the queen? Not so clear.
Sure. So look, queen
If you go queen g3, I think I can play like h5, let's say.
Wait, if you do this...
Oh, maybe on this, yeah.
I was trying to figure out if we trapped the queen.
But queen f3.
Queen f3 is there, yeah. After which I can trade and it's equal, I can... Yeah, but you can... Yeah, you're right, you can h5, h4...
Rook g4.
h5, rook g4, by the way, yeah.
And if Kashlinska wins, she's on +3.
Yeah, so not that far away from the
And
pedestal.
everything's really unclear in this tournament.
So chances for Kashlinska, and then Pogonina with Guseva. And what happened to
the king side?
the king side? Yeah. H6, H3, yeah, that's kind of funny sequence of moves. Rook d7, h4, g5. So you didn't want to play g5 at once, but since white went h4, you actually do. Queen e3.
Why?
I don't know why. It's a lot of weird decisions.
And here rook d4 was a threat, so at least this is...
H takes f4. So g takes f4, rook d4, check from g2, king f8. Okay. Five pawns each. Draw, yeah.
I mean, I guess white,
white
practically
is,
better,
who is
but...
trying. Maybe rook c5.
Rook
But then
d5,
you just swap and go rook d5 once again. Yeah.
Right.
You're probably not winning this one. So that's perhaps first game that I can call a bit boring today. Even though, the king got open, and there is no guarantee it will finish in a draw. Right?
Not at all.
Yeah, but for now, not the most entertaining. Voigt with Gira. Voigt managed to get the c5 square, but does it really matter? If I take queen c5, actually dc5, yeah. And the d file might be something, right? Rook d7 followed by c6.
No, this is unpleasant.
If you don't do anything, I will go to c file, and if we swap, I take with the rook, or maybe just take next move, right? Maybe
That's
just take.
weird. Like Gira, at least she has a reputation of being a great positional player, but looks like here she just gets outplayed positionally in every game.
So she took here, queen d5, 91. c5. c5 here.
No, I mean, clearly she was trying to avoid the simplifications, but now she will just suffer.
No, it's worse. Yeah, no, it's worse. e5. Can e5 be played? e5, queen c5, actually, spawn down, yeah. I mean, was thinking of this very strange looking line. So if you take queen c5, you can take back with the pawn if it's too bad, yeah. That, but even this is.
I mean, again, this line isn't really relevant.
Because it
never
will never
gives
happen.
up the pawn for no reason.
It will never happen. Never happen. Yeah, I agree. Gira did something strange. Not that, I mean, her position is like lost or anything, but white improved a lot. Over last few
And
minutes.
felt like only black could be better at some point, but now it's only white.
Yeah. Galyamova with Shuvalova. Oof, everything got so simplified. Rook f8. Alisa actually did take on e6 and went knight d5. And black didn't take. Interesting. Black didn't take with the knight. Black didn't take with the knight. Instead, they took with the bishop. Went knight f4, queen a6, knight d5. But in the open position, a pair of bishops perhaps is something.
Black pieces are really.
That's like h3.
Well, queen g4 was a threat. Right?
g3, you still go queen g4, right?
Yeah. Or even queen h3, actually.
h3, bishop c5, exchange on e8, and bishop f5. Bishop f5 feels like a nice intermediate.
Yeah.
Check on f3.
No, I agree that the bishops feels like it should be something for it, but on the other hand, black's pieces are so active. The bishop on c5 is really nice, so I think this should be just an equal position.
But where to go? What to play?
b8?
b8.
Maybe even a8. Is there any... Oh, but a8, it's all shaky, right? Okay, so b8.
Not easy, yeah. Always some jumping, yeah?
Rook e2 is an idea, I think.
2 is an idea. Well, sometimes bishop f2, rook e2 can be an idea.
Knight e2, knight c3, by the way.
Okay, so that's also something to reckon with. And again, look, a lot of pieces on the board, move 24, so potentially a time trouble. Galyamov down to 5 minutes only.
Not a potentially,
already a time trouble for Alisa, of course. What do you... Yeah. Is this ever a move? Check here. Queen b8, yeah, queen b8 played.
Actually, now I just realized that after queen b8 there is some, if the bishop moves away, maybe knight takes h3,
queen g3. Yeah, so g3 square is something to watch out for.
Right. Actually, a bit tricky for. I was going to say bishop d4, but then knight e2. And
Yeah, how does white play? Especially since she's in a time trouble.
Right. This is unpleasant. I mean, I was thinking of bishop e4, but again, knight e2 or the knight takes h3, it just wins for black, I think.
Maybe this is just easier.
Yeah.
Knight h3. Bishop, what? Bishop d3, covering e2, but knight h3 should be just strong, no? Check.
Well, but then knight knight h2.
I'll take the knight with a check. I mean,
knight.
I think he's just winning completely. Right, check, king f1, it's queen f2 checkmate,
Yeah.
king h1, I take the knight with a check.
Blunder
And I
alert.
mean, you simply stop calculating there because... Yeah.
I mean, maybe I have king f1 after knight h3.
Two knight h3, king f1. But then I'm not worried, like, I can go back at the very... wait, I can take this guy.
h7.
Just to make it messy. Bishop h7, king h7.
Yeah, I mean, white's-
Queen h4, yeah, I mean, at least white protected the king. I don't know if this needed, but just in case. It's actually white who's attacking a little bit.
Bishop
Yeah.
g7 is the next move, probably.
Yeah. So, I actually like the fact that Shuvalova spends time here.
Maybe she just doesn't see it.
What you could do is takes knight f4 and maybe sack the other knight, the next knight on h3.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Bishop e5.
And then takes
Rook
rook
e4.
e1.
Yeah. I was trying to be smart, but check takes on f4, and it's very important you have bishop f8 in the end. Cool. I have a feeling black should be winning objectively. I mean, too many motifs here. So what once again, what was that? Check here. Some queen g... no, queen g3 would be... Bishop f2...
Queen g3, queen e8 there, right?
Queen e8 check is unpleasant. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. That,
I wouldn't mind, like...
But we attack the rook, and I think that's the key defensive resource here. Also, queen g4, I think, on the next move is a
So
threat.
maybe I just go back, Maybe I don't take anything. Maybe I just go back. But then it gives white some time to regroup.
Right. So bishop c4, say. Yeah.
Or bishop e4 now, since there is no more this thing.
I mean, knight h3 is very, very tempting, so it's really hard to stop yourself from playing this if you see this idea, but maybe it just doesn't really lead anywhere.
Yeah, so Shuvalova has the time, so let's leave her thinking. Bodnaruk and Gunina, let's see, some changes. So, well, what was the last time? We've seen a long time ago. Yeah, d4, castles, bishop c7, rook e1, queen d5, bishop e4. Whoa.
Something
81.
really interesting, but feels like he's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, how do you... wait, e5 will be... No, e5 cannot be played. Or can it?
Pankratov finished his game.
Pankratov has finished his game. He has won in 28 moves.
Invite him, maybe?
I don't know if he likes to speak English.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay, so that queen a4, king d1, b5, and he's not on time. King c1, b4, bishop d1, b a3, 6 a2.
Suddenly black's pawn got promoted.
Check this, queen d2, queen b2. Yeah, I don't know what Chigayev did.
Yeah, and a bishop e2, and that takes d4, I guess, finishes the game.
Bishop e2, knight takes d4, right? So this is hanging. Okay, so I'm not sure in terms of quality of this game, but it was a cool game where both players deserved
No, actually,
credit.
I think it was a high-quality game until Chigai played King D1. So I'm kind of disappointed that this happened, because after Rook C1, I think the position is still a total mess. And who
Yeah,
knows
just
who
play Rook
was better here.
C1, give the a-pawn and so on. Yeah, so we could kind of doubt the value of G7, G5, right? Maybe Rook F8 was kind of safer,
Simpler, yeah.
but G5 allowed this crazy position.
Yeah,
So of course, King D1, to us at least, it looks like King D1 was a very serious, if not decisive mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So Pankratov wins first game, and a very quick game as well, 28 moves.
And sends Chigaev on -2,
Mm-hmm.
sharing the last place with Rachmanov.
Rachmanov, if he doesn't win, I mean, we do not expect him to win. Now nobody's winning. So after that, Motilov, tricky guy. Bishop D3, yeah.
That's a really cool move.
This and A3, and here, and now we can safely say that White cannot play for a win. White cannot play for a win.
I mean, this is, I think, a great exercise. You just put this position after Rook takes C3 and say, Black to play and draw. People say, H6,
Draw
H5,
anyway,
whatever.
yeah.
But, I mean, White can still play on.
It's like, you probably make a draw, right? But
you
the
suffer,
cleanest way, indeed.
This is
That's beautiful.
beautiful,
That's
yeah.
beautiful.
And,
Bishop D3. The Rook endgame is nothing. I mean, it's
Probably better for
black.
Black,
I mean,
yeah.
Black has more active Rook. If you play A3, then both Rooks are kind of blocked from the action.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of want, if you want to try, you want to move the Rook forward. Now again, Bishop C4, A3, and the Rook is more active, right?
Yeah.
And
That's
you can
annoying.
start and pushing the pawns. Therefore, A3, Bishop kind of loses stability, and after Bishop A3, Bishop C4, that's a threat, and Bishop A2.
Yeah.
H4, and Motilov even played H5. I don't know if we should include it in the exercise, yeah? H5, but cool move.
Yeah.
Cool move. Do we continue still? No, F6. Right.
And there are no tricks, because
No tricks.
Black has always Rook B1 check.
Yeah. So this will be a draw. Pankratov won, Pretke Andreev. Andreikin. Whoa. So the bishop makes its way into the game.
I mean,
Oops.
this now feels...
A bit of a misclick. Pardon me. We're back. Everything's fine. This. Okay. So, after F4, Andreikin went knight F8, Queen D2, finally blocking everything. Bishop D7, knight C5, Queen G8, H3, G takes H3, and that's not a good sign. Not a good sign. Bishop F3, other rook to H1. Also play triple on the H file.
Feels lost, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's not easy to break through, but it's just so one-sided that I don't think Black is holding this. Although, now the bishop goes to G6, and maybe it will be really, really hard to break through.
Yeah, maybe you... I was thinking, how do you stop G4? But maybe you don't stop G4. You just put the bishop
Maybe
on
you're
G6
actually
and
waiting
you
for
hold
white
the
to-
5. Yeah, you hold the 5 square. Maybe you're still kind of fine-ish. I just came about another idea that was... Maybe it wasn't in the position, and it was totally unclear to me if it will happen. D4 maybe you can play at some point. Okay, I mean, you have an extra pawn. I mean, with bishop, say, bishop on g6 and g4 played. And
Yeah, but I will win this
played-
pawn. What's the idea?
you will win it back, and I'll play some rook d8. That was some
No,
kind of
I mean, I
hoping-
won't take it
Immediately.
Immediately,
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
play rook d1. Win
Okay,
it.
okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's what.
Okay,
Black wants to
Rachmanov
do.
Montelev is a draw, just to confirm. Rooks got swapped. So here, rook g7, both on 11 minutes. This will be a long game. I think 11 moves to time control.
They will make it, I think.
They'll make it, and also they will make it with a lot of pieces on the board.
Right.
Then it can go on for quite some time. And Fedoseev,
In some sense, reminds the yesterday's game, Aleksandr Vitigov. They also reached the time control, plenty of pieces on the board, and the
then
structure is closed.
spent nearly all the time
Yeah.
right on the next 5 moves or something.
And actually, Aleksandr was winning at some point, yeah. All right, anyway, so here, Garechkina is just
Okay,
clearly outplaying
G4,
Fedoseev, right?
this, knight f6, yeah, some squares. Exchange on b7, h4, hg, hg, and knight e4. Impressive. What can I say? Impressive.
It's impressive. I mean,
Still no kind of
Looks
straightforward
lost
thread,
for
but
white.
I can't even do this. So now it's a new square for this knight on g2, and it still doesn't do anything. Kind of not a good day for Fedoseev.
I mean, I think that he fell for the same trap as many of the players in this tournament, that they felt like, all right, this is the game.
Yeah,
I've been
I have
waiting
to beat
for
this girl.
You have to beat this girl, and I mean, but this girl is not a random player. I mean, she is extremely strong, and as I said, I will repeat myself once again. I think she just needs to be more ambitious, and she will get to 2650 easily, and maybe even has a potential to get to 2700.
yes, a 94. I mean, kind of maybe it's sort of all in with c5.
But this is all in.
It's like, no, but it's not like you have a lot of kind of good positional factors anyway. So maybe why not just give away all the squares, right? c5. I presume some queen d5 take on a2 might just win. Maybe someday. It's like b4. So b5 is not something you want to do. I think maybe even b5. But really, it's hard to play for Fedoseev. Yeah? Move 36, which might be kind of a good news. Move 36.
He's about to make a move, and he's played bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
This
okay.
is, as always, typical Fedoseev tricks, but might be. I have a feeling this shouldn't work for white.
Wait, I thought maybe he's planning to take with I thought queen a6 in this case, and then I'm taking that.
And then bishop takes.
I take.
Rook is hanging.
I mean, you probably have some knight e3 or something, because here I was planning knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a mess, but as usual, if the mess starts with me having got a better position in terms of pieces, I mean, very likely that it results in my favor, which I'm still not sure. Fedoseev is very tricky. That we've discussed as well.
That we know, yeah.
That we know. Takes on c5, dc5.
Or if we play queen a6, bishop b6, rook b8.
Mm-hmm.
And after c5,
actually,
I'm planning to take on g3.
Actually, yeah. This. You can still do this, by the way, and just win. Not the a8, but b8, of course.
Yeah.
Rook b8. It's actually pinned. It's actually pinned as well. So it's kind of, you have to play c5, and then knight c3 just wins, or knight g3 wins. Knight c3 wins more material. So after queen a6, if rook takes, we just take on c4. Maybe there is a move
the queen
here.
will get traps of knight
But how?
c3, no.
Oh, a2 is hanging.
Knight a3.
Knight a3.
But then still knight g3, right?
Queen
Could be an option.
queen c1, rook d1.
Knight c3.
Knight c3.
And
Oof.
it's the game, I think.
This. Knight g3 here as well, yeah.
Right. No, I mean this.
It's hard
this,
to
this
believe,
is a miracle if white is fine here.
No, I don't believe it. Yeah, white can't be fine. Kind of good timing to still. I mean, on Fedoseyev's part, like the good timing to try to mess things up.
Absolutely.
Like 3 moves before the time.
Yeah. So Garechkin has, I assume, about 7 minutes at this point. I mean the viewer isn't.
It's a little
correct.
bit laggy. Yeah, it's a little bit laggy. The applet.
For
3 moves. 3 moves. So basically,
or
it's
4 moves actually.
or
Right?
4 moves, but I think it's this one choice here.
Mm-hmm.
This one choice here, and then from then on, you're just entering some line.
Rook b8
Rook b8.
has been played. And
So,
what's the
so
catch?
if rook takes b6, I don't quite get it.
Or
Or maybe
just move the queen away.
queen
Yeah.
c7 takes and takes, right? And the bishop on c5 is hanging. If you move it, the pawn on c4 is hanging.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even sure if we want to take on c5 at once. Rook b2 is an idea as well.
Yeah.
b1 actually might be just sort of mating.
That's a cool move. I mean, if it works, it's just a cool
Yeah,
move.
yeah, yeah.
d5.
And once again, if bishop b6, we just go queen a6 and we win.
Yeah, bishop b6, queen a6 is exactly the same, yeah. Rook b8. Funny.
And update in the chat, -3 again for Garechkin. I mean, it does look like it, right?
Wait a second. So, Vidogov makes it wrong. If Fedoseev loses, Andreikin doesn't win, it means Vidogov is leading with 1 point, 1 point
With 2
clear,
rounds to go.
with
Yeah.
2 rounds to go. So it'd be a very, very good kind of very good results for him. I mean, this one especially, right? This one
Yeah, of
especially.
course.
Like Fedoseev, the
He's
closest-
really rooting for Garechkin right
Yeah.
now. And if Nikita wins the tournament, we can say that this is the moment he's been waiting for, like 15 years or so.
Yeah, he has played that many superfinals. He came very close. Like,
It reminds me the movie Old Boy, the Korean one, where the main character he was waiting for his revenge for 15 years or so.
okay, so does Vladimir have what's the threat, if there is any? Well, technically, like, takes and yeah. I mean, just queen a6. Yeah, queen a6 is a big threat.
I mean, apparently the bishop just has to go back, and this is a sad thing, but
But then you probably can continue like this, or like this, or what else? I mean, Black's
it's just a
position
bad
is just-
position. Yeah,
Black's position is
what
just-
can we say?
Just really cool. Okay, so we only have 2 games left. That's one. I mean, in the men's tournament, that's one. Predke and Reikin is the other.
Yeah, and they will shuffle around.
Yeah, Predke and Reikin, it's clear. Yeah, unless someone blunders badly. Unless someone blunders badly.
Yeah, the
so
plan for
they'll-
Predke is to get to time control and actually start thinking.
Yeah. Protect g3 maybe. Run all the way once again. Queen king into safety, and then look for a proper moment to go g4. I mean, that's how I see it.
Yeah.
Technically, there is some way of getting this bishop to h4 after g4.
But Ovid just finished here.
Yeah,
by the way.
Ovid made the draw against Gary Fulina. Yeah, Ovid did make a draw against Gary Fulina. Not much has happened. They've just reached. So, Fedoseev did play a move, rook d3 to e3.
It's actually kind of annoying for black because I think he wants to take on
He
e4,
wants to
right?
sacrifice, yeah, he wants to sacrifice. And d4 now is no longer hanging, so you can... Or maybe he'll take anyway, right? So this, you do something and he takes, if it's an endgame, the knight gets to e3, the knight on g6 is not great.
Yeah, that's the main problem in black's position, that the knight on g6 is actually terrible.
So maybe we got overexcited. c5. Still, I would prefer queen a6 if it was working.
How do you beat this guy? I don't know.
Fedoseev, impossible. Impossible
Really?
to beat. Take on c5, and I don't see what's next. e5. No. Takes on c5 and e5, and you take on bc. Okay, so take here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, even that position actually looks really nice.
Like if
for
I can
black.
play e5 at the end, yeah. I think
Yeah, maybe I don't have to rush. I mean, the knight on e3 is still, or g2, sorry, is still really bad.
I mean, we just exchanged, let's say.
Yeah,
right?
we just play this
just
position.
take. Everything's equal? Yeah, everything's equal. I mean, material's equal. The knight on g2 is not better than the knight on g6, yeah? And maybe I'll get to play e6, e5.
a2 is actually weakness as well.
a2 is weak, yeah.
Miro saying knight c5 is -4.
Here.
Yeah. Queen c6 has been played instead. And I know Vladimir, and he looked happy to see this move.
Happy. So now he'll move the bishop back.
Happily.
Happily.
Can he take on e4 right now? He will take it.
Yeah, because
He needs to...
that's the moment you are not comfortable perhaps with taking with the queen, because b6 can be taken, or at least I presume so. Yeah, and if you take with the pawn, then we move the bishop away, and then g4 is hanging. This knight gets the square.
Yeah, this
actually
this gets
anybody's
really
game. Yeah.
tricky, yeah. But yeah, of
Yeah,
course
so
he's
takes
taking.
e4 played.
I mean, there was probably no. This was probably his first and the last chance to take that knight. So, okay. So the end game, is it actually?
The queen takes, pawn takes. Let's imagine this. Do you take on b6 is the first question.
Right.
Do you take on b6? Because that's also not entirely clear. You might just go back, but could it be that you even take with the rook and the bishop? Because you control d8, d4 cannot be attacked.
Mm-hmm.
And you just play
And
knight
97,
d3, I
I
mean,
guess.
strangely. Knight e7 to f5, yeah?
F5 also.
It's also not clear, right?
I mean,
F5,
I'm not saying it's clear at all. And if rook b8, what do you do?
c5?
c5, knight c6.
Here you have knight c6.
I mean, I don't really think white is playing for win here, but it becomes much trickier for black.
Yeah. White's not playing for a win, perhaps, but at the same time, black is not safe. As it
But she
looked
needs to
a
take
few-
with the queen, I think. If f takes...
F takes, it's 2 moves left, but
Objectively, this may be as good as queen takes, but
against Fedoseev.
against Fedoseev, exchange the queens,
the
and then-
more you exchange, the less
and
you
then do
blunder.
whatever you
yeah.
want. Yeah.
The more you exchange, the less you blunder. Right. But at least it's clear they'll make it to the time control. So, look, this is not an option, right? Takes
on A6,
yeah,
yeah.
you'll take on e4 at the very end, so I'm taking this, rook e6, and can't really do much. King f2, right?
In h2, yeah.
King h2 as well. Queen f3. Why would you calculate it? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So shall we check ladies tournament? Because it's a time control, they're getting close and close to time control. Fedoseev, Goryachkina move 39, so certainly will get there. Pretke and Drakin, as he said, will be quite a bit of maneuvering.
Yeah, like rook h2, queen h1, then bring the queen back.
Yeah, so
you realize that there's nothing on the h file, you do something else.
Okay, queen g1, queen h2.
Yeah, it's more or less the same thing. Maybe it's just a fortress, I don't really believe in g4, to be honest, and if not g4, then what else?
3 times. Maybe you're not. Wait, if I get the queen here, and then all of a sudden, that's
but this is
too brilliant.
All this is one move tactics, right? Which Drakin will spot for sure.
Yeah. So it's like you can create a threat, maybe.
Right.
Yes, but if black is aware of that.
Although one thing, so if I ever take on b5, how do you take back?
Who's the pawn? Let's say c takes.
So it's c takes. So can I get some play on the c file potentially? Probably not.
Yeah, not clear. Yeah, like you're right that you can open a file for yourself, like bishop b5. If a b5, then a6 in the right moment. Yeah, then take it, return, use the a file. Sounds not bad. All right, but as I said, both games are clearly passing the time control mark. So let's check what's going on here in the women's tournament. Bivol against Kashlinskaya. Kashlinskaya on 2.5 minutes. Move 33.
No, it's Bivol.
Bivol, sorry, Bivol on 2.5 minutes. Move 33. Somehow, White sort of keeps the position and the pawn.
Which is surprising, to be honest. I mean, maybe this position is still bad, but yeah. And Goryachkina just took with the queen, so we're about to see that endgame.
Yeah. G1. Yeah. I mean, that again, not much to discuss. I mean, if anything, black can just swap, go king g7, or maybe even take on b. Can he? Yeah. I think takes on e1, go king g7, and go from here.
Like 93, let's say. We actually want to win the game, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure from equalizing standpoint, like anything works, but
yeah, if black is playing for a win, it's a tricky situation. I agree. Okay, so there is that position. Pogonina with Guseva looked boring, I said. Nothing looks boring now. I think Guseva lost something. No, she lost it with White then?
Against
when it was against Shuvalova.
Very similar, yeah.
Very similar, but she lost it with White having an extra pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one...
It looks
it's also
way,
White
way more dangerous than it looked like
few
6 moves ago.
Yeah, and also White to move, so...
Yeah.
I don't trust this position for black.
Oh, I'm only wondering if there is some forced win or not, but...
Just bring rook.
Just bring the rook, yeah.
Rook.
How do you actually survive this, like, at all?
Yes, right. Then you go here, maybe. Go on a7, then...
Rook h8, yeah. Oops. This game is apparently about to finish.
Yeah. I think Pogonina is just winning. Kashlinskaya played bishop f2 check.
Whoa.
What is this?
This must be something well calculated.
What is this? So if king takes... That's... Are you sure it's something well calculated? Because I'm not.
I mean, it must be something well calculated.
Okay, if queen takes as well, like you have
even
to,
then, I'm not sure.
You have to swap.
Queen takes.
Yeah, queen takes. This
Queen
takes
e8.
here. Queen e8. King goes. Queen c8.
In best case scenario,
You probably have the
make a-
perpetual, yeah, but
I'm
that's
not
it.
sure at all. Like,
Not even this is given, yeah, because check here, check king h3 for now, yeah.
doesn't feel like this is winning full black.
So bishop f2. Well, it's short on time, so I might kind of.
So-
but what do you do? You check king f2. I believe the algorithm, right? You
Right.
check king f2 if you find anything against king f2, like king f2 loses,
Right.
you play queen f2.
Yes. So it's impossible for it to make a mistake, right? I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm just wondering what she missed. I mean, Krishlinska, because looks like
No.
both moves are actually fine.
No, but this line it actually looks really easy. I don't
Yeah.
see. So because rook hanging with the check, so you have to take. Yeah, queen takes.
You have to take the knight.
You have to
There
take
are
the
no
knight
checks,
because it's
actually.
an extra knight, knight f6, and so
Yeah.
on. You have to take, and now queen e8 and queen c8.
Queen takes f2 just happened, and
Yeah, queen f2 happened.
this is eclipse is a word, I think,
Mm-hmm.
right? Queen takes
Queen
d5,
d5, queen e8.
queen e8.
Yeah, and Bivol finds it quickly, and also the rook on g4 is hanging in the final position. And you can't play king
Probably
h7. Look, you
miss-
can't play king h7 because bishop g6. So you have to go here, takes, and now the rook's hanging. Also, there is queen c3. Okay, rook d4 maybe. Maybe that's what you do. Maybe you don't resign
Queen
immediately.
c3. I think you just resign.
Three. Again, same thing. Take on g6.
Right. Queen. I was going to say to take on d4, but that's
King h6.
no. But this is just a healthy extra piece. Nothing to
Wait a
talk about.
second. Yeah. I mean, queen c1, bishop e2, right? Unfitting.
Yeah, queen d2,
Yeah.
queen e2. We'll say whatever.
Yeah. So white is winning here, it seems. Pagonina Gusiva, Pagonina should be winning. Queen d6, I think.
In one move,
Queen
yeah.
a7, yeah. Should be winning. Then Daria Voigt against Olga Giria, another, like, really strange endgame. I don't know how they got there. I think Gira has a huge problem here, right? I mean, if you
so.
take...
No, if you take, it's
I
probably
mean,
not that good, but
got to be lost, right? And other than that, like rook d8, rook a8.
actually, is it lost after
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it's kind of an outside passed pawn,
Right.
but maybe some, maybe you cannot break through because of b6, right? For instance, like I don't know, we get something like say that. And then, for instance, there is no way to make progress either.
Right.
King d4, and you're just waiting. Yeah, it is possible. But imagine being in a time trouble and kind of making this decision. She already played rook c8.
Yeah.
She already played rook c8, so now... I know, but
But
she
I
has
don't-
rook c3.
Yeah, I don't think there's any serious trouble for.
For some reason, I just missed this. Sorry, I missed that rook c8, rook d6. You have rook c3 because after that it's a check here, and I thought I'm pawn up, which is right. Okay, rook d7. So now we decided to play this rook endgame,
a5.
and I'm a bit surprised why.
I mean, I should be able to exchange my 3 pounds for two
two
of yours, yes. So, and
Yeah.
hopefully,
Four
Giri
versus
knows
three.
how to
Yeah.
hold that position.
Okay, Gliamova Shuvalova is a draw, just to be clear.
And she didn't take on h3, right?
Shuvalova didn't
Move,
take on h3 here, no, here. Bishop
25,
d3.
yeah.
Bishop d3, she played h6. Bishop c4, and once again she didn't take on h3. And now, to be honest, it's a little... Okay,
Still king of 1, probably?
that...
Yeah, but just a fair result, I think.
Okay, now it's...
And
So about Gunina?
Gira is repeating. Gunina?
Gira likely a draw. Pagonina should win. Move 35 might not make it out of the time trouble. Bivol is a piece up.
Yeah, now Krasnitska is just kicking herself.
Yeah, Gunina should take on c4 from the looks of it.
She's not worse, right?
Not worse, no, not at all.
Yeah, but huge time troubles for Baldenrock in every game. And I think she actually plays well, but these time troubles, she just can't really handle them.
And this, unless Gunina finds once again some
brilliancy,
some brilliancy or entertainment or whatever you call it, I think it's just a draw, right? Rook d7, you're about to lose the b pawn, so you go here. I take, you take. I put the rook on a7, and that's
fair enough. But considering that the Overt and the Shuvalova both drew, so.
Yeah,
the draw is
it's
okay
fine. Yeah, it's fine for Gunina.
Especially,
Rook d6
knowing what
check.
was.
Once rook d6 check, it's the same
This is
kind
probably
of.
fine
Yeah,
as
if
well,
I go
yeah.
here, rook b6.
But now she's kind of provoking
Is
Valentina
it
for
like
king
better?
e5.
Oh, look, is it the better version for white?
Rook c3.
Rook d7, rook c3. I might be a pawn up in that version, right? Which I don't believe white wins anyway, right? Rook b3 still, and then some f4, but at least it's a better version. Yeah, rook d6. Rook d6 is clever.
Void Gira is an official draw.
Void Gira agreed to draw? Oh, because
Yeah,
rook
they just
d7,
repeated,
rook
yeah.
c3, they've repeated. So a lot of results around move 40 today. So I'm secretly hoping there won't be 80 moves games. But we have boys. Andreikin's fortress will be, will be
Open
tested.
section.
Open section, precisely. But I've meant this Predke Andreikin. I mean, it can last basically forever. I mean, white perhaps never wins and tries for 50 moves, 60 moves, as much as Predke's appetite allows. Ooh, so what shall we check? Gunina's position. What's the safest thing to do with black? Let's imagine. I don't want to. Let's imagine I'm not Gunina for first. I mean,
King
it's not
f7.
good. King f7. I'll just give this pawn, right, and play this dead drawish position tempo down, which you don't care much. Yeah. You don't care much. Yeah. King e7.
Same thing.
That's the same thing. Yeah, same thing. Rook goes here. You go here. Check. King f6. Yeah. Rook g6. So I will force you to go to g7 to f7.
Very smart.
I will force you to go to f7. Yeah, but it only will be practical for Gunina to keep it, Actually, can do this. You don't care that you can do anything. But somehow, even in rook endgames, they find some, some...
No, but I think rook c7 is her idea, actually. So king f7, so rook b6, rook c7 to play it on. I mean, I don't know how, but...
How do you play it on? I mean, man.
Okay, maybe.
Man, how do you play it on? Okay. So that's likely a draw. Pagonina Guseva... Still, Pagonina didn't win. What was it? She went for something she thought was a forced win, and it turns out not to be a forced win. Or maybe it is.
What's the line again?
Queen is, so she went, after queen d6, she went with a check, swapped pair of rooks, went here.
Queen a8, maybe?
Queen a8. Then you can't move the queen. You go here, it's rook d8. Yeah, queen, it's winning.
What's the threat?
The threat is this and this, for now.
Queen d7?
Yeah,
I mean, you can even take on a5 and be completely winning, but...
Yeah, the threat is, maybe queen f8 is a threat, actually.
Yeah, this must be pretty bad.
It's just a question if she will play it. Yeah, Queen 8 is on the board, and it's move 40 as well. So yeah, White is winning, and
has all the games reached
it
the
looks
tempo,
like
except
yeah,
Gunin. Rook
Gunin.
C7, as I said. Rook C7 is the plan.
Played Rook
Yeah.
C7, but really, I mean,
Hard to think of any ideas for black here, right?
but with the pawn on F6, let's say you go King F7, and you still can't do, or can you?
You can bring the king to C8 and play Rook C3, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here once you move, I mean, you can still maybe play King A, King D8, King C8, right?
But I'll have kind of the pawn on H5, the king on F4. By
This
that
is not really serious, but at least that's a potential
she
plan.
will, she will try it. So that's you're right. She will try it. Wait a second. King G2, Rook 7, King G2. Still no move from Guseva. Bivol with Kashlinskaya reached move. Reached move 40. Oh, Kashlinskaya didn't still. After Queen C8, it's a check. King H1. Maybe okay. This. Queen D5, King H2.
Queen H5.
Queen H5, King G2.
Queen D5.
Queen D5. How do you run away from the perpetual? Question mark.
Oh, King F2.
Wait a second. Yeah. So, okay. Check. We are actually allowed to move the piece. I just realized. Here. Check. King F2. Check. King F3. No checks.
Yeah.
Queen 3 is at red. Rook's hanging. Yeah. Fair enough. But then maybe that's just an easy win. Again, any tries like that, it's always Queen C3. Right? That's can't explain. Bishop F2. Just something
Really
weird has happened.
Total eclipse of her heart.
Queen H5. It's not that White has too many options, right?
But she's not at the board right now. So.
Okay. So Pogonina with Guseva. Guseva went Rook B3, moving the Rook away from the 6th rank. E5 isn't a bad move. I just realized.
Agree.
E5, Queen E8 is a checkmate in 1. Queen takes E5, Queen D8 is a checkmate in 1. Yeah.
Could that be that E5 is just checkmate in 2?
G3 hanging with a check.
All right, so checkmate in 3, right? I think that's
maybe this is like technically Queen D6
Okay.
prolongs it. Yeah, but checkmate in 4 almost
For
guaranteed.
sure, yeah.
E5 checkmate in 4 almost guaranteed. But what I'm afraid of is but this is forced, right? Check. This is many more moves, but that's forced.
No, but
When
E5 is
E7,
not a hard
E5
move to find.
E5 is not a hard move to find.
Especially on move 41.
All right. So 3 games left in the women's section, 2 games left in the open section. This will be finished, especially if Pogonina plays E5.
Even if she doesn't, this will be finished.
It'll be finished. It'll be finished soon anyway. Yeah. Not sure how many wins, in fact, White has. Right. Keep spotting new ideas. So better leave this game. Bodnaruk with Gunina. We don't know. I mean, it can be. It can be draw agreed. Few moves after. It can be another 80 moves.
The draw won't be agreed anytime soon.
Ever. Yeah. So.
Ever.
But who's playing here?
I don't think it's black, to be honest. I really don't think so. Rook E6?
I thought to put the rook on E3, right? I mean, what's going on? What's going on? C5. I mean, Black probably still has a draw, but but you know, I mean, there'll be some questions. In fact, if you continue like that,
nothing can surprise me anymore. So
if you continue like that, the funny part is that no longer you can go for this. I'm afraid. Maybe you can, but it's already scary. I mean, with your king cut on the 8th rank, yeah. With your king cut on the 8th rank, and then
E5 was played by Pagonina, and
E5 played by Pagonina. This
immediate resignation.
Immediate resignation. Okay, so well played. Pagonina gets on +2, right?
I think so.
And
check.
perhaps overtakes Kashlinska if Kashlinska loses.
Yeah.
And the
That's the
leaders are very likely to stay, kind of the leader's position, very likely to stay intact. Ovod draw, Shuvalova draw, and Gunina, well, very likely a draw if she if she will not continue in the same fashion.
Know.
Yeah,
You never know.
she will not continue in the same fashion. And let's check the open section then. Fedoseev with Garyachkina, this endgame, right? Queens were exchanged on e4, and that was exactly move 40 when they've reached the time control. Bishop to d6. So he did not take on b6. Maybe it was...
It's probably a smart thing to do.
Okay, so here, takes, and bishop to f8. Okay, so what's now?
Well, what I like for Gareshkin is that at least she's playing it safe. Like, I really don't expect her to get into trouble in this game, because, you know, with all these knights and such a torn apart structure for black, it may get risky at some point, right? But once you exchange this bishop, then probably c5 pawn falls, and
c5 pawn falls, then you're more than okay.
Yeah. So the question is if she's actually still
fighting
better
for a win,
to fight for a win. Yeah, but I honestly don't know.
Like some reason I've started calculating something like knight d4, and what happens if I actually take?
Yeah, I think that's the move for sure.
Take? I'm not worse. Don't know if I'm better.
No, it must be
This?
e5 or e5.
E5,
F5,
knight f4. That's what I was looking at, but not sure how efficient that is if you go king f1, let's say. Then I thought maybe I'm not playing e5, but just rook d8, rook d. Yeah, rook b5 though. Yeah, it's tricky. You want to improve this knight actually. But yeah, but black is certainly out of risk. Right? I mean, pawn up. You know, I mean,
but Miro tells us that it is equal now.
Equal. Yeah, exactly.
It does feel like it, to be honest. But yeah, black is probably not risking too much here.
But Fedoseev,
huge.
Fedoseev's tricky, right?
Save for Fedoseev for the second time in a row. Yeah.
And here, the move that you did not believe in actually has happened. Predke with Andreikin. Rook here, g4, takes, bishop g6. You know what? Andreikin's going to win. Now all those pieces will go out.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all. That's why it's move 41. Just to spend some time, because I mean g4 is...
It's not like it's running away from you. Yeah?
Well, first, yeah, that's the first thing. Secondly, I mean, I think it's a very committal decision to make. So
of course, yeah.
You kind of want to spend like 10 minutes or so figuring out if it's actually good. I mean, maybe then f5 blowing out the position.
Maybe it's good. Yeah, f5 takes. Then you go e6, and I mean all the brilliance, you know. That's just like, I'll just take everything. Right? I'll just take everything.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Because black is not that far away from completely stabilizing, sort of. Queen f7 and king g8, and everything's protected kind of bajillion times. What do you actually do? No. I don't see it.
No, I think you should slow down, play like bishop f3 and rook h6.
Yes. Just rook h6.
H6, maybe rook F6, something. If I get a chance.
Yeah. It's only one pawn for white, yeah, and also b7 is here.
B7 is a weakness. Yeah, it's actually maybe the critical weakness in black's position because B7 falls, then A6 falls as well. So
it's not clear if the endgame is that harmless. Yeah, I mean, at first I thought like, oh, okay, now I don't have the move because bishop g2, rook g7, but maybe the endgame is not that harmless. So takes, let's say. And I do put the rook on f6, and when you attack it, it's very likely that I'm not going away. Like knight d7, and I'll play some bishop h5.
This is still annoying,
Yeah. And this great maneuver, putting the knight on b5, might turn out to be a mistake now.
Actually, knight on b5 will never get into play, right?
Absolutely.
You can never play knight c7, b7 is hanging, so... On the other hand, it kind of holds the queen side, so...
Yeah. No, I don't think it's like lost for black or anything. Maybe he doesn't have to play bishop f5 at all. There could be, an absolutely different approach to building a fortress here. What happens if I do this and put the rook on f5, and when you attack it, I'll just like sacrifice an exchange. Like queen f7, like queen f7, bishop takes, queen takes.
No, but I want to take it immediately, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so, speaking of g4 break, remember we were talking, so maybe just get the king here, right? So you could actually spend some time to think.
But you can play g4 and then bring the king, right? I mean, nothing stops you from playing king e1 now and so on.
That's still
a long
comfortable
game.
Comfortable
we play
position
g4,
for white
but still not clear what's
still
next.
Still a long game, yeah, fair enough. Fedoseev, by the way, just captured on f8. So apparently spotted something. Right. Do we actually take with the knight?
Miroshnichenko minus 2.5 after
minus
bishop takes
2.5, yeah.
And also we have a question from James. He's asking what's up with
us,
with us and the paintings. I mean, he uses the word clumsy. I disagree with that definition, but what do we know about that? What are these paintings about?
I have no idea. What painting?
Paintings.
Yeah. Paintings in the
playing hall. Yeah.
The playing hall. Not much, to be honest. I mean, first of all, those are like not the not the originals. So there's replicas, right? And we are in the playing hall and the kind of the venue and the place we are staying. It's so-called Nesterov Hotel, right? And Mikhail Nesterov was known Russian artist, and there is a Nesterov museum, kind of couple of blocks from here. So I think that's an attempt to pay a tribute, even though it's not his. I mean, I've checked a couple of those, and not all of them are his paintings.
Right, but in general, that's the program that has been there for a while. It's called the Chessing Museum.
Yeah.
When all these Russian superfinals, they usually held in different cities, but always in some
has to
surrounded by some art.
Yeah. It has something to do with museum. Yeah, exactly. So like in St. Petersburg, when we were in St. Petersburg in 2017, it was the Museum of Soviet Revolution 1917. That was a lovely place.
I'm sure it was. Yeah.
And I was just advised that indeed it was the museum to, even though it's not played physically in a museum, it was the museum to provide the paintings, and then they wanted to be in a playing hall. So that's as clumsy answer as we could possibly come up with.
Clumsy answer for clumsy question. Yeah, clumsy question.
So, 2 games. Because Pogonina has won with e5. Yeah. So 2 games left. Bivol with Kashlinskaya. Look, they did not stop. Goes on. Okay, check here, check. King goes to f2 and queen h5 is played. I think rook h1 pretty much wins. Maybe that's exactly what you don't want to do, because she'll take, and she'll give a check, right? And
King e3.
will take one of you. King e3, and you're swapping the queens. Yeah,
This is good enough. I think check and bishop f1 also pretty safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just want to exchange as much as possible, right? With that, but.
No, but if we
check
get
on
the
C3 and
if we get the bishop to g2, we don't even have to exchange everything, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, I know this is our general strategy, but that's not necessary in this position.
Yeah, so that's nice. Yeah, we give a check. Where the king is going? H7, right? Oh, H7 perhaps. And then indeed bishop e2. So bishop f1. Yeah. Bishop 1. Yeah. Looks winning. Rook g3 takes on the. All of those positions are winning.
Completely winning. Yeah.
It's a matter of technique and not so hard technique. I think B-Wall will be able to do it. And what's up with Bodnaruk and Gunina? I'm still curious. Gunina plays king c8.
She is playing with fire, I think.
Think so.
He's playing with fire.
It's understandable. Like she really tries to push every single game. Why? But why? Like, you are leading the tournament,
right.
And you already know by that point that everyone who is close already made the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This reminds me Fedoseyev's game against Swidler. I think it was played.
St. Petersburg, exactly, the one that you've mentioned. Yeah, where Nikita Vitigov was leading, and Fedoseyev had also a very good position against Peter. He was in St. Petersburg, I remember for sure. And he lost 3 versus 3, something like that. Yeah, 3 versus 3, rook, bishop, rook, bishop. I'm 100% sure
he was leading the tournament.
Maybe he was leading the tournament back then, and then he lost to Swidler, almost impossible to lose position.
Right. He just pushed too hard. And had he made a draw, he would lead the tournament.
Mm-hmm. And it was like a couple of rounds before the end.
I think it was
it wasn't the last.
Yeah,
it wasn't the last one. Yeah.
So absolutely insane.
It was Peter Swidler's 8th Superfinal. Yeah, won. Yeah. He won against Fedoseyev, and I think last round he beat Malachov as white. Yeah. Okay, so what do we do?
And Carissa Yup yesterday, she won the U.S. championship. So
wow.
It was, we were around to spare, by the way, and interesting to see her playing a match against Gunina, right? I think this would be a very close match. I mean, if we assume Gunina is winning this tournament, right? Which is, well, first of all, she's playing over than Shuvalova in the next 2 rounds.
Fairly likely, but not guaranteed. Yeah.
Even here, I mean, how can Black possibly win this game? Like, why Black would be
you go
better
here, you win the pawn, you move the rook, and then your pawn goes 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but I'm faster.
That's how you win. That's how you win. I mean, first of all, you're not winning this guy for now, right? There is rook e3. No, wait. Now you start doing Gunina things.
Yeah. But now I thought, now rook e3 isn't possible.
And this is how you win this game.
Okay. Yeah.
This is how you win this game. It's Gunina. But has to be said. So, in this game, we expect Bodnaruk to get into time trouble after a couple of moves. That's what she does. That's what she does all the time.
Yeah.
Do you have alternatives here? I'm wondering. I mean, it's clear that the rook now. For now, rook on b6 is misplaced, right? So rook e6. What else could you? I mean, could you consider going h4, rook c3, rook g6, for instance? Takes and takes, yeah. And this actually turns in sort of a race, right? Because check here, a3. I don't know what kind of race is that.
King f5?
King f5, king b6, yeah. Now you probably have to go king g6
Yeah.
because that's the threat, yeah?
Yeah.
So you go to g6. Take on...
But I can't even play f4, right? That's the problem.
I mean, it's still kind of
I mean, it's still
strange
sharp, yeah.
position, strange position. So we believe rook e6 is the best, yeah? Here. Go rook e6. If black goes here... How exactly do we make a draw with white? We kept saying it's like an easy... We take this, it's a check, right?
King g6.
Oops, sorry. Check, king g6, rook f3.
Am I losing?
I don't know.
Okay.
Ask Kunina. I'd be tempted to play a chicken game and just go king g4. I mean, and rook e3, and probably would lose the
this
b5
is
pawn
how
in
you
the end of
lose,
the game.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but seriously, maybe she's not wrong. Kind of trying, especially knowing how, let's say, how nervous Bodnar will become.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm taking my words back.
But look at
This is playable.
how interesting that is, because here, like after this check, it wasn't needed. Yeah, like you go rook d7, the game finishes.
Mm-hmm.
Full stop. So after Bodnar did this, perhaps you as Gunina feel offended, right? you didn't take a draw, so let's play on. Let's play on. Yeah, and I'm wondering now that we've realized that there are some issues, right? Yeah, maybe I just take it, huh? Man, maybe I just
why not?
Maybe I just take it. So you go rook c3, I go here.
But this way you need to calculate something, and that's probably not
Still,
something
yeah.
you want to do.
Still.
Oh, but here rook h6, yeah, and
6.
should be fine.
And I'm not on time. There is always this check. And go here, and I go here. Yeah. I mean, I was trying to kind of stop the rook coming from behind, but there is still a fourth rank. Yeah, so king f5 is actually safe. Yeah. King f5 is actually safe. Bivol did play rook h1. My move. Nothing to be done.
Approved.
Nothing to be done. Yeah, queen takes g4. Nothing to be done. One check here. Maybe more checks, but king d2 then.
Yeah, you don't get to win the
not,
pawn.
It's not more checks. It's only one check. So you take, and no chance whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
No chance whatsoever. Just go.
Even
here.
the corners.
Just go. Yeah, even
The
like
right
right
corner.
bishop for
Yeah.
this a pawn. This should be over. This should be over. I don't know what.
Very
again,
unfortunate for Koshlinskaya. On the other hand,
Why do you take on
why?
f2? I mean,
Exactly.
that's once again, that's something that I wouldn't mind asking. Like, what was actually the line she calculated? So, if king takes, maybe we can find the other line. Like, for instance, if king takes was not that great.
Why?
So, like, I take, for instance, and I don't know, take on b2, and take that guy, and take that guy, and play bishop b7. Can it be that I'm Aleksandr and I'm winning
Even
with Reti?
here, king h3.
Reti against Aleksandr. Longest combination in chess history, you know. King h3 and white still winning. I know, you know, bishop e4. Plain and simple.
Good.
Rook e4, knight f6.
Yeah.
Reti, Aleksandr, but Reti wins. So it's kind of reversed, right? Now, actually, I'm referring to a famous game, if you're not familiar. Like one of the... I'm not sure if it's that, you know, well spread in English chess sort of society, because obviously, I mean, in every Soviet book, literally, I mean, you find this game, and
I only remember the move, to be honest. I don't even remember what was the position.
I know it all starts like in the middle of the game with some rook e3, right? And then at the end, there's a lot of tricks, and somehow this light square bishop and the rook were dominating the other piece. I won't be able to reconstruct the position myself.
Meanwhile, looks like we have a repetition in Fedosev's game, and we have a draw actually in Fedosev's
Not
game.
only the repetition, but the draw. Okay, so what happened? Bishop f8. Knight f8, knight g4, knight h7. Not the repetition, but they've just...
No, but repetition
knight h6. Knight h6. Yes, it was still winning after bishop f8, apparently.
King f8.
King f8, yeah. King f8.
And actually, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with king f8? Yeah, exactly. Why don't you play king f8? Well, even if you don't see it's winning, yeah? So,
no, but that's what I mean. I think she saw that this was a draw and she just decided to force it.
what bothered me a little, that she had both knights put on h7. It's the other knight. It's the knight from c6, e7, g6, and it went to h7.
Right. I mean, it's still the case that she's just really...
A little bit shy of beating
really
big
yeah.
guys. Yeah.
She needs to gain some experience. She needs to win one game, and then she'll
win
know that,
more and more.
Yeah.
But qualifying from the higher league, on the other hand, like she has played a few higher leagues.
She beat Drev, she beat Predke, she beat Sarana. So, I mean, 26 plus players, she's very comfortable with. But 27 plus is something she needs to...
Okay. So that has finished.
Yeah.
Predke and Drakin.
Ooh.
Is something brewing? What's the thing here? Like you have to block on g6. With
Bishop
something.
g6, bishop g4, bishop f5.
That's what we are rooting for.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I'm down to see some action.
That should be an interesting game. Yeah, right. So what I thought maybe we could kind of wait a little for the end of Bivol Kashlinskaya or not. Don't know, because Bodnar Gunina are inclined to play till last seconds.
This will be a long game, yeah.
And Predke and Drakin
will be a long game as well.
Will be a long game as well. You can actually go queen g8, right? I don't know what for, but
I don't see a refutation.
But you can go queen g8.
What for? Because the queen is hanging?
Because the queen is hanging, yeah. That's a fine explanation. I mean, what for would you prefer this one over putting something on g6? Maybe knight g6. You'd be pinned, but kind of very solid on the, on the white squares. Mm-hmm. Maybe knight g6 and king g8. So this opening of this diagonal would be less harmful. In this case, nah.
It feels like there should be something, right? For white,
yeah.
But
on the other hand, it all started with Andreikin having the bishop on c8, rook on a8, right? For now, the bishop is on f5. Already.
Yeah, but we couldn't, do everything in the position. We had to prepare g4 anyways.
Yeah, no. What I'm trying to say that you kind of get accustomed with the idea that your opponent's pieces are always bad, and now the situation has changed. Yeah, white has the attack, and maybe the structure changed. But if you look, I mean, a couple of moves or one inaccurate move from white's part, and actually black does have decent pieces already. What you could be thinking of, I just thought, what if? So my point is very easy. Like I either want to exchange one pair of rooks, right? Rook g3, bishop here, or you see, I mean, I'm always in the mood to sacrifice something. I don't know what for. Takes. It's actually, I don't know what's that. If it's good, it's probably not good.
Bring the bishop to f6 and
probably it's not good. No, shouldn't be played. So Dmitry is going to think. Bodnaruk, of course, as I said, will spend her 20 minutes. So Queen G8, yeah, Queen G8. Bodnaruk will spend her 20 minutes right here in move 41. And Bivol Kashlinskaya, another example of, not
Fighting spirit.
Not exactly, right? Why A5? I mean, what's the bishop? It's worth 3 pawns, right? How do you even make a draw here?
No answer here.
Yeah. Right. Maybe let's once again let's have a cup of coffee or something. Or you think we might miss? That's actually that's an awkward moment because I wouldn't mind on one hand. I mean,
If she played A5, she's not going to resign in 3 minutes.
I mean, so she played A5. Bodnaruk and Bodnaruk still has the time. That's an important thing.
Right. And I think if we want to have a
break, that's the only the only moment that we can.
Because otherwise, Bodnaruk will get in time trouble, and that's something we don't want to miss, right?
Yeah, and Pretke and Draken, very likely once again that it will go for quite some time. Mm-hmm. All right, so we'll take a short pause and come back in up to 10 minutes. We'll finish the round 9. An exciting round, not that many decisive games.
I really like today's round,
but today it was
some tension.
It was a lot of tension and still is. Yeah. So stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to round 9 of Russian Superfinals. We have 3 games left. Well, technically 3, but it will be 2 anytime soon. Alina Kashlinskaya is absolutely lost against Alina Bivol, just a piece down, and probably just her disappointment what makes her make more moves, but it'll be finished soon, right? So in men's tournament, Andreikin is in a bad position, it seems, against Aleksandr Predke.
Not winning his game for sure.
Not winning his game for sure, and he'd be lucky not to lose, I believe. Which is a very good scenario for Nikita Vityugov, who made a draw and might extend his lead even with a draw, right?
Not really, because Fedoseev drew his game,
Fedoseev drew his game, yeah, exactly. Okay, so Alina Bivol wins against Alina Kashlinskaya. You see the end of this game. So Kashlinskaya blundered badly, but once again, it's not even like blundered, but blundered. It's when you leave something which can be taken or something, and that's I don't know how it's called. Hallucinated something. Yeah, just took on f2. Turns out it was.
How do you even
come up with this?
Come up with this move? Yeah, how does it even come to mind?
Okay. So that's the final position. Queens exchanged. Nothing to talk about. So we are left with 2 games. Predke with Andreikin. Here, as far as I understand, actually all rook got traded. That's clear. Yeah. As far as I understand, that is what White is threatening. Exchange the queens, and the b7 pawn will be lost, and then I go back, attack the a6 pawn, and maybe possibly a6 pawn is lost.
Not possibly, but it will be lost.
It is. Yeah, no, I mean, I thought knight c7, but I'm attacking it twice. Yeah.
Right. Also, knight d8 is a potential problem as well.
Like takes knight d8. Yes. So basically, it means black has to avoid queen's trade at any cost.
How do you
do it? Yeah.
How do you do it? Yeah, it's a
How
big
do you
question.
do it? Yeah. Oh, h6 to stop it for now. Let's say.
Even I was going to say, but f5 maybe e takes is possible.
Yeah, f5 e takes is possible for now, or not. e7,
winning 2 pieces.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
actually,
this looks good enough.
wait, e6, maybe d4 is what you do. Maybe d4, maybe you're alive this way. But how are you? You're probably not alive for long. Not alive for long.
E takes, knight takes, queen a1.
Yeah. So f5, and if bishop takes, you just swap. You take b7, and you go back. You take a6.
Right. I mean, this looks really good for White. Although you don't really want to give up the
pawn,
knight d8, right?
Knight d8, but maybe it's kind of less significant. This pawn's less significant.
No,
maybe
then
you have
b5 is
c5, the a pawn will promote probably, right? c5 bishop takes a, don't know. But you're absolutely right. I mean, you would prefer to do all the same, not sacrificing a pawn, like get the queen to h4, get queen f6, exchange.
Right. I mean, and White has all time in the world, right? There is literally nothing Black can do.
Yeah. 0 counterplay, indeed. Predke, look, he won yesterday against Goryachkina, and now, what, he'll be back on 50% if he wins this one. 2 more rounds to go. That'd be a huge surprise, of course, but who knows. And yeah, and we have one more game, let's not forget. Gunina and Bodnaruk.
She is just addicted to time travels. There's no other explanation.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what I said. She'll play it with 1 minute left. King takes g7. So now, seriously, how does? What happens? I mean, do you try to make a draw like that, or do you make a draw at all? G4 you can play, right?
think so. I mean, I don't see any risk for white at all. Like this,
Yeah, I mean, why?
this is kind of surprising because it looks like it's all about races
A pawn,
and
it's
who
running,
gets
yeah.
first. But this extra pawn always makes a difference. So yeah, I don't think white is risking anything here.
I doubt Kunina's decision. Seriously, I mean, why did she enter this position?
Like maybe it's still a draw, but black is the one who's
Somewhat reminds me of Vitigov's game against Pankratov, when he could accept an easy draw, and instead
Right.
he made the draw at the end, but it was, already with the only moves and so on.
yeah. But in Vitigov's case, it's probably for the first time in his life he played something crazy like that. While for Valentina, it's what she does in every game.
That, and I
Just
think
H4, F4,
F4, whatever. Yeah, I think white is faster because the king supports it, right? The rook is nice. B5, F5, king B7. Even this wins, right? Well, maybe not even, but maybe this wins. Wins the easiest way. I'm not sure. Oh, wait, and I'll be switching between the games very fast. Queen G5 is on the board for Pretka Andreikin. So Andreikin went Queen H6. Aha, so he goes Queen H6. He tries to activate the queen, perhaps. He sacrifices the B7 pawn. Queen G5 played by Pretka. Queen H2 check.
Queen G2 will be played, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you went Queen G5... there's still a check, right? So I think, in fact, if, let's say, if you wanted, you could take on B7, that's my point. And you'd probably get something like that anyway.
Makes sense.
So maybe the whole plan is to go to E1, in fact, and then, I don't know, Queen F6 takes here
This
something.
looks sketchy, and Miro in the chat saying that Predke had the +6 position at some point, and now it's equal.
Now it's equal again.
Yeah, after this Queen H2.
So apparently, yeah, wait, but you go on with checks, right?
right.
You go on with checks. King D2, Queen B1 is exactly something you don't want to do. And if Bishop F1, once again, it doesn't feel right. Even Queen F3.
Right, the queen gets activated, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, and +6 was, well, perhaps anything else.
I mean, not in this position, but before that there was some +6 moment. But yeah,
so he kind of underestimated. Yeah, maybe
if Queen G2,
maybe you're right. Maybe Queen G2, Queen H4 check.
yeah, and if Queen G3, I go Queen H1 again, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
maybe we just was just forced to repeat somewhere.
Like King F1
King of 1,
to avoid it. But
okay,
now,
what's your next move?
Bishop F5 as well. Was Bishop H3 ideas?
Yep.
And then knight can come in, and maybe, yeah, like if I start attacking, I don't really care much about B7 pawn for now.
I feel like some chances for Andreikin. I mean, if
Even to win.
even to win, if Predke over pushes.
Yeah, and Andreikin found a clever move then. Yeah, Queen H6. Wait, but what happens if I actually take? Maybe Nah, that's not it.
Why not?
D4. I thought you'd take.
Take on
On the other hand, yeah, if you take on E3, take CB,
king
and
is
then
wide
the king
open,
is
yeah.
wide open. Yeah, why not? Bishop G6. Sorry, Bishop F5, Knight G6. Some checks here, a lot of checks.
Yeah.
Right. So it will be a lot of misses in the open section. Like Guryachkina missed a clear win for sure. And this one also looks like a miss as well. Bodnar Rugunina, a move King D7. How can this possibly be a move in that position? King to D. Check this. King D7. What? Rook H4. In g7, rook f3. Oh, okay. Rook h6, rook f2. And Bodnar went rook h4 instead of check, right? Which I don't understand.
Weird.
Okay. This gives Gunia a chance to... Ah, okay, g4, a3. What's going on? What's going on?
h4?
4, I guess a2.
b4.
K4, K4.
f4.
That's a rare case where I might be... okay, not
Faster.
winning, but like be better with black. Check, and I'm closer to these pawns, yeah?
Yeah, that obviously gives black great chances.
Absolutely. g5. Okay. So rook takes. Hey, there is no reason not to take on h3, right? Takes.
g6.
g6.
He actually, she actually played g5 with 3 seconds on the clock.
Whoa. So still anything is possible.
Really
I mean, she
likes
can-
that adrenaline. You know, when she gets in time troubles, she starts shaking, getting nervous. I mean, she doesn't look like she enjoys it, but I think there's some chemistry involved.
Yeah, could be. Could be like.
Chemistry, I should say.
Yeah, like. I think there are examples when you cannot really make decision unless you are pushed into it. Yeah. Still a dead draw? Question mark. Right? I don't see. I mean, you go a2, you put rook here. White has all the time, yeah. King 7, if check, you go here, g7, and then you move here and back.
Yeah, just a draw thing.
And Pretke with Andreikin. They're actually repeating it. Oh no, wait a sec. Queen g3, queen h1. So here, you can try bishop f1 here maybe. Kind of blocking everything.
Again, what's your next move?
What's the next move remains unclear. Knight b7 maybe? Oh, sorry. Knight b7. Even then...
But then queen e4 always,
Queen
right?
e4 after knight b7. That's exactly what I thought. I'm not sure what...
No, bishop
yeah,
f5?
bishop f5 is black's move. And if knight b7, queen e4. And this bishop starts being...
Dangerous.
Knight g... Yeah, I mean... Black, all of a sudden, all the pieces are entering the game. So
And this looks just great for black, to be honest.
yeah. So the question is if Pretke forces a draw now, which probably he can do with queen g1, or it will become kind of a fight for 3 results.
But, I mean, if you don't play queen g1, what else can you do? That position with the queen on e4, I don't like
But
at all.
you don't think it's 3 results yet?
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. I mean, I can take on b5 and put the bishop on d4, so I don't see myself losing that position. But
Probably,
I'm
but,
probably not
also
winning.
and
I'm
the king
probably
is
not
just way too
winning as
weak.
well. Yeah, you take cb5, yeah. So it'll take
In fact, I mean, you put
Maybe
the
I'm
bishop on
losing
d4,
this
bishop
thing,
e4, knight g6, you know, all this. Bishop f5 in this
bishop
case.
f5, knight g6, h-pawn moving.
Right. No, this can be...
Actually, it can be won
can
by
be
black.
won easily, I should say, with you know, the opposite color bishop specifically.
Yes, after all, probably queen g1.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll spend some time maybe trying to... But it's not much to look... Yeah, it's not much to do. Just either you take b7 and accept this position. How dangerous is that? Okay, queen e4.
Queen
You
b1
can-
also
You
is
can
a
take
problem.
b4 as well, like knight c5, queen b4. Right, the king is kind of safe for now.
Right.
But then it's just not good. Queen G1 played, yeah. And I believe this will be a draw because exchanging the queens is not an option for Andreikin. Check, Queen G3, H1. Yeah, they're repeating. And they're repeating, and it concludes the open section round, where the only result that happened was Pankratov's win with black against Chigayev, so it didn't change anything in terms of the upper part of cross table.
Right.
So everything remains the same, but the number of rounds reduces. So it's 2 games left.
It favors Vitugov, obviously.
Yeah. Vitugov could have an even better situation if Goryachkina would win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interestingly, Predke started to think once again. So they've only repeated once.
Well, I mean, it makes sense for him because he has less time on the clock, but Bishop
He
F1.
does play Bishop
All right.
F1. He does play Bishop F1.
So
Now we are talking.
now we're talking.
Now,
I mean, he can still repeat on the next move if he wants to.
Yeah. So I said Bishop F5 if I remember
Makes sense,
correctly.
yeah.
You probably need Bishop F5 because after Bishop F1, Queen H3 is sort of a sneaky threat.
Right.
To trap the
That's
queen
the
and
most natural move as well.
Yeah. Bishop F5. It's not like it's hard to find move or anything. Bishop F5 and played already.
Can White force a draw now if he wants to?
Queen G2, Queen G3.
I mean, if I just bring the queen back to E7? So I think now, my piece... Oh, but you go queen
I can
F6, right?
still go Queen G5 and Queen F6.
Right.
The B7 weakness is still there. Yeah, I think it's pretty much forced. I don't see the way for White to play. I mean, you could go King E2, Queen F2, King D2, but
No.
you don't really improve the chances for yourself.
Make them improve the chances for black.
Yeah. Black doesn't even need knight G6. I mean, he can start pushing the pawn.
You could, yeah. I mean, I honestly don't even see why black would be worse at the moment right now. I mean, without the queens, yeah, but with the queens on the board, the white king is just too weak.
Yeah. Okay, so if Predke is not repeating, let's go to the other game. Let's see what happens there. G6, King D6, to my surprise. King F6, check, King G5. Nothing happens?
Where's
or
the king going?
Where's the king going? I don't know. Check. Can't play Rook G4. Back to F6, the king's going.
Okay.
To be able to play G7. A2, this, G7, and it's time to agree a draw. Right? By giving checks all the time.
Check. Yeah.
Check, King G6. Check, King F7, check. King E8, technically.
Oh, but Bannerk is not playing for winning.
Wait, White Queen is on G5. So Predke goes in with Queen G5.
Queen H2, he has...
He's
Bishop G2.
planning to play Bishop G2. So that means Bishop h3 swaps the queens and the bishops, but still b7 falls, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, is that a chance?
That's some bad news.
Is that a chance?
Could be. Although, do you have a threat right now?
Not sure.
I reckon I need to come up with a move, right?
Yeah, I need to move. I mean, you can, as I said, I mean, you can ignore this entirely. Just go h5, h4, h3, whatever. Or h5, maybe I'll play bishop g2 now.
But h5 feels like, you remember Fedoseev's move, h5.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Opening
it's not
the king and
something
so
you
on.
want to
Yeah,
play in
yeah,
the
I
position,
agree.
I think.
I agree. Okay, so fair enough. Queen g5 is a nice try, at least.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of keeps everything under control, seemingly. And maybe gets a chance.
How about d4?
d4, say, pawn. I mean, I don't know. I'm used to the fact that it was a strong bishop, but maybe that's the time to take, yeah? Knight takes, pawn takes, and what they do, queen d5.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense, yeah.
Oh, but then even king e3, right?
e3. It's a tricky position.
Well, this just looks bad. b7 will fall. h6 is on the board.
h7, h6, okay.
But now you don't have the h6 square for the queen. Would it make any difference? Or not really?
Not really. Still cannot force me to trade. Still cannot force me to trade. Yeah, now the big question is if I go into f6. Or not.
But that's just one check. Or what's the follow-up?
Takes b7. But whenever I take b7, you go to e4 and you claim that you have, you have counterplay. And do you have an experience playing with Aleksandr Predki? Probably you do, right?
Yeah, of course. Not that many games, but you know he's, I believe, 2 years younger than me. So played in bunch when we were teens, and yeah, I have some plus score against him, but he's made a big progress in the past 2-3 years. So he always was like a average 2600 player, but at some point he became a 2690 player. So now he lost a bit of a rating, but he was very close to 2700. So
fair point. We go here. King g8. We win with knight d7. If king g7, I don't know. Maybe we give a check. King goes and take like that. Question mark. No, probably you don't do this at queen h4.
Queen h2?
Yeah.
Just
Or
wins
queen h2.
immediately?
Yeah, queen h2 wins immediately. Then I don't know. I thought queen d8 was clever, but now I actually don't see why it is clever. Clever in a way that I can force the repetition, perhaps. Just check and back, yeah? Check, king g8, back, threatening knight d7. Don't know. King g7, yeah, logical. What's your feeling about this big game? Will it be a draw or something? Or something will happen?
I'm not so sure, actually. I mean, objectively, I'm sure it's a draw, but you know, if Predki insists, we may get some result in this game.
Could be similar to Aleksandr's play yesterday. Okay, it wasn't a draw in that game.
Right.
Yeah, he was winning, but the fact that he kept spending a lot of time and, you know...
I mean, if you want to force the draw, I think knight g7 is the simplest right now.
Yep.
I mean, he's getting very low on time, and with no clear plan, I think he will take a draw.
Let's see. Yeah, the thing is, like, winning b7 doesn't win you the game immediately, right? So imagine you somehow won b7 and
e6.
knight takes e6. What's that?
Andreikin also looks kind of surprised.
This won't be a draw, man. I mean, this won't be a draw. What is knight e6? Okay, so if knight takes, it's a check. Here, queen f5. This I can understand.
Right, this is not good.
But if bishop takes, what's the plan?
F5.
F5. Well, actually,
doesn't look that bad, right? What do you do?
Doesn't look bad at all. What do I do? I probably try to give as many checks as possible, and it's one, right? It's actually only one check. Whoa. F5. The question is, if I ever take on F5, E6 is probably a checkmate, but if it isn't, queen F6, queen F5 is still strong.
But E6, king G8, right? Where is the checkmate?
E6, king G8, yeah.
And then, but I'm only hoping for
E7, but you will have a perpetual.
Yeah.
E7, you'll have a perpetual. No. Queen F6, bishop F5, queen F6, king goes, queen F5, and then maybe you have queen H4 and so on. But it's a game still. Maybe it's not a game, you know. If you go to G file, there is queen G5, yeah. King F7, knight E6. I don't think black risking much. And if this, it is queen C4.
King D1.
Lots of checks, but not the end of the... Yeah, I mean, he did made it quite messy, yeah? Okay, I hope ladies finally will, finish this. Because Gunin also has to get to 1 minute, right? I think that's the...
Yeah, only then take it.
That's the key. That's the key. You can play king e5 and lose. But you don't do this, yeah. Okay, I mean, you give a check.
You play
Come on,
e6 and lose.
Yeah, you can lose. You can lose in many ways, right? You can promote and lose.
I mean, way too many losing moves for black to be winning.
Come on, come on. Yeah, I think it's just. I mean, I don't know why she's thinking. Let's look at the other game. At least here,
this is much more fun.
We don't know what's going on at all. So right, what are the options? Queen. Yeah, like strangely, I can't. I mean, I have one check. Can't really defend the f6 square comfortably. Right, probably bishop f5 is what I have to do. This and then, yeah. Okay, and if I go to g1, just in case, queen g5 takes, and go to h3. Is it a chance? Like, getting there?
Could be. I feel like it could be a chance.
Knight takes.
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4, right. Some reason miss bishop d4. So e6, but then knight c8, knight g6 somehow blocking. Also, I wasn't very happy with this. Because if this happens, I might just lose all of them.
That's some cool idea.
Yeah, doesn't matter if it works or I mean, if it wins, if it doesn't win, it's cool that he played it.
But it looks like he's not risking much anyways, right? Like best case scenario, Black will deliver some perpetual. I mean, best case for Black. So still good.
It's amazing that Valentina never gets bored of playing chess. Seriously, is there more? I mean,
I want to say something, but I really don't know what to say about this position.
Okay. Go back to Andreikin. So he has had around 10 minutes, right? So he spent maybe a bit less. I don't remember. So, but
yeah, something like 9 minutes.
So at least 5.
He was visibly surprised by this knight e6, and if it comes as a surprise, when you have not that much time, it's a very unpleasant surprise.
Exactly. Yeah, so white basically threatens to win two pieces, right? Like queen f6, take on e6 with the pawn, and so yeah, you have to take. So one more time. Takes, check, here, queen h4, and king g1.
Wait, isn't queen g3 just...
yeah, queen g3 is there as well.
Maybe the position itself isn't that...
yeah, like maybe I just go knight c7, knight to e6, yeah, the king's protected.
Yeah. I mean, white also has some weaknesses in the position, so... And Black is still a pawn up, so... Yeah, that's a 3-result game. Alright, this is...
this is a nightmare.
This is a true nightmare, right? Because this is gonna... I think white is losing the pawn, right?
What the hell? What the hell? A2. A2, rook a4, rook f2. Okay. G7. So the trick is you can't promote, or
I mean, that's what she did.
that she did promote. But it's funny, I mean, you go to h6 and she takes, right?
a7, whatever. Rook a8, yeah. I mean, rook a8 is probably not the right move.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a draw, of course. It was a draw. Because now... I mean, you have a check on c8, black goes king b6, and here we go again, bajillion moves.
No, I mean, if black wins this pawn, she will win the game. I have no doubt about that at all.
But she will win the pawn. No,
I mean, unless there's some force.
I think that's what you do now. You go queen d8, and it should be a perpetual because the queen is in the corner. And if you try, I mean, you can't really protect it, right? That's like queen c4...
Yeah. Queen e5.
Just queen e5, yeah. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
That's the worst scenario. And I don't think she will find... I mean, maybe she will...
Queen d8, yeah, okay. She plays
so now if king takes, that's queen d7, you have to go to...
d7... I mean, maybe e8 is more precise, in fact. So that you are not letting the king to the a file. Then wait. Then you go to a7.
Yep.
Okay, e8 is not
the most precise.
Who knows? I mean, check on e3.
a6.
a6. Another check.
5.
b5?
Yeah.
Queen d6. I think that's already a
draw.
a5. King a5. Sorry. Yeah, I'm actually pushing you in the kind of in the right direction. It's probably still a draw. I mean, that's the most annoying part. It's probably still a draw, but for a human being, it's not a straight up perpetual check. So.
No. I mean, if she doesn't deliver the
perpetual immediately.
She will lose the game, yeah.
Ah, wait, but maybe that's what she does is actually clever. I think what she does is actually clever. So king a6, queen c4, and b5 means queen c8. I think
King b8, b6.
King b6, and we're running to the same thing. Yeah, check, check. It's crazy. Gunina will win.
I think so too, yeah.
Gunina will win, and we will be humiliated for making fun of this game.
Yeah, meanwhile, Andreikin took on f5, and queen f6, queen takes f5 by
Yeah, so that's...
Predke. And we decided that Black might be not even forced to desperately try to deliver some perpetual. Yeah, like check on knight c7 actually looks smart, I think.
Yeah, like check king g1, and this is actually bad, right? Because e6.
Yeah.
e6, and that's a threat. Well, actually, e6, knight d6.
Queen e5.
Queen e5. Yeah. Okay, you don't want to do this.
Yeah. You want to block the e pawn, and then
Andreikin comes up with a different approach. Look,
I mean, he provokes the bishop to g2
He
first.
provokes the bishop on g2 first, then he goes queen h4. So he apparently has calculated this, right?
But knight c7 still.
Knight c7, all the same. Yeah. You're right, all the same. Knight goes to c7, and yeah, like if this happens, I don't know, maybe e6 is actually also not that many threads, right? You put it, okay, it's a one check. Two knights connected are known to defend the king very well.
And two pawns up in this position.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say, yeah, of course you don't need to play e6, but if something like that happens, black is like safe, right? Black controls everything.
Pawn up. Yeah.
He can hope to win this as well. So that's okay. Bodnar Gunina checks everywhere. Predke goes king f1. Okay, but it's the same, right?
Yeah,
no checks.
Really
You just go knight c7. Just go knight c7.
No, but the bishops are cool and everything, but I think the knights are not worse in this position at all.
Yeah, well, in fact.
And as you pointed out, like they defend the king very well, and that's probably the most important thing in the position.
Seriously, what they do is white, like e6, yeah, 2 pawns down, queen f6 maybe, but still no checks. After queen f6, I might as well consider like giving check, taking on b4, or even just take king f7, one knight to e6, one knight to d7, and then do the Fedosseev thing, beat two bishops with two knights. Well, I'm actually grateful to these guys because they've managed to to keep the position interesting with 1 minute on the clock each on move like move 63.
Yeah, I'm only grateful because otherwise we would have to follow the end all the time. Yeah,
we will follow it. So let me come up with a bold prediction. Gunina wins on the move number 113. How about that?
Did he just grab the pawn? We thought e6 was
e6
a problem.
Did he blunder it?
Queen e7.
Queen e7. I was afraid of a check, but maybe there's nothing. Still, I mean, why would you enter this? At knight c7, and you're saying, okay, I'll take it. I mean, there's always like queen f5, yeah? There's always queen f5.
Knight g6, I mean, if we're playing for win, I don't know. But yeah, that's still very risky. I mean, I don't think, but looking at him, looks like he missed it.
Okay, knight d... Queen e7, yeah, he plays queen e7. Okay, so a
Why
check
do you need this
here.
Hard to tell.
Check. Yeah, maybe don't leave this check.
Actually, I mean, we've been following this game for a while, but if we don't know anything, I mean, this is an extremely interesting position with 1 minute on the clock for each player. Super exciting.
I mean, there is also stuff like, I guess you go d4, right, at the worst, in a worst case scenario. Because I thought that, check, king f7, bishop h5, and who cares how many pawns you're up?
Queen g5?
Queen g5, yeah.
h4.
Yeah, agreed. No, there should be a better way for one. Predke gives a check on g4, so king h7. Nothing changes here. But why? Hang on a second. That. Why doesn't Gunin not try some b6, b5, whatever? Or she will. So first 40 moves, 40 checks, and then
49 moves. Trying
then
to
the
run
b
away
pawn
with
moves.
king.
Yeah, come on, that's in.
Is knight g6 a move here?
Check.
That's the question.
Yeah, so it's either repetition or you have to play knight g6. 6. I wouldn't risk it, to be honest, because bishop f6 is a possibility, bishop h3 with some queen f7 ideas.
Yeah.
And the same, it looks like the same is what Andreikin thinking, king g8. You can still try with bishop h3. Not sure how serious the try is. Okay. The king is on a7, so now b6 will happen. I think we need smart chess watch, chess clock, whatever. So instead of always adding 30 seconds, if it's queen pawn versus queen, only add 5 seconds.
Had no time at all.
Had no time at all because it's endless. So check on g4, king h7. If only this bishop could get to d3 in 2 moves would be enough, yeah? Oh, wait. Is there a chance there'll be enough in... Yeah, king g1 is... King g1, let's say that and that.
Queen g5.
Bishop d3, I'm blind, sorry. Somehow I can't get this bishop anywhere. If that...
I have a feeling Predke will play queen f5, and yeah, they can probably play knight king g8 as well.
So, b6. Good news.
Is it good news? Yeah.
Queen f5.
King
g8. It's already three times repeated, and after queen g4 there is no possible way of avoiding. Yes, so it is a draw finally. Now, and imagine him playing something else.
Yeah, I've seen this happening, so. Nice,
guys. I mean,
so it was
just to clarify, it was threefold repetition, I believe.
That's really cool. I mean, I think white isn't really risking much here. The king is just way too weak, so
yeah.
That's what we call the fighting spirit, not playing a piece down position, right?
Absolutely. So that or that. Knight d6, you cannot control more squares. Maybe this knight gets to, to e4, but you're not attacking e6 in this case, right? And you might as well resign after queen e5.
Knight g6.
Knight g6, no, you're not resigning yet. check. Here, here. Knight here.
Knight c7. All right.
Knight c7, okay. c7. Hang on. So again, check. This.
Winning now. I mean, knight g6, there's bishop f5. Right?
Queen g4, and he played it.
King h7 has
King
been
h7
played as
immediately.
well. I mean, queen g3 is also a move, I think.
Not to mention, yeah, there is queen g3, and this is a threat, and queen g5 is not possible. I think Andrei can just blundered.
He badly needed to control that f5 square.
Yeah. I don't know what will be played, but looks like queen g3 works, and specifically because it attacks the knight on c7. So like knight g6, bishop f5, and
what is it? Why don't you claim a draw in that position after king g8?
could it be that
No, I think they repeated.
Okay, let's check again. So check once.
Wait.
Maybe they didn't. What happens?
They're repeating again.
Come on. I mean, it's fine to repeat once.
Right,
No problem.
Well, I mean, if he played bishop h3 in that position, he's not taking a draw right now.
Yeah. So that, check. Just checking if all the squares covered. Yeah. All the squares covered. Queen g3 wins. Yeah.
It does.
Queen g3 wins, and yeah, just, a bit of cheating. Queen g2 wins, queen f5 wins in the same way because you return then, yeah.
No, I mean,
no way.
You repeat the position again for the third time.
Does he? I mean,
please don't tell me this is he's going to take a draw in a as Miro is saying,
look,
mate 8 position.
Knight c7, queen g4.
Yeah. Queen f5 is
1. Then this is 2, and queen f5 is a decisive mistake because king g8.
You don't
and
have
in
queen
order,
g4 anymore.
in order to win, you need to play queen g4, and it will be a 3-4.
Right. You see.
Andrei
knows everything. Yeah.
Of course, he sees the opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a threefold repetition yet, but he just checks if...
No.
No?
Hold on a second. Is it?
But this isn't. This isn't. Look, I mean, if he's claiming it now...
And that's what he's doing?
And that's what he's doing after knight c... sorry, I'm being dumb. It is a threefold repetition. So, look, that's the position. Knight c7 once.
Yeah, they agree.
King g8 twice, yeah, and... That's absolutely incredible. It's some sort of a pattern then.
In this ceremony,
people,
but mate in 8.
Mate in 8. I mean, you don't know if it's mate in 8 or not, but can you just spot that this is an actual threat, right? I believe my queen d4 should be winning as well, right? Mm-hmm. Even if it doesn't, you're not risking anything. I don't know what was that. Don't know what was. And imagine him. I mean, when he finds out,
he will find out very soon.
He will find out very soon. Oh, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible stuff. And it concludes the Open tournament round 9 as we declared long time ago.
I haven't seen anything like that
in a long while.
In a long while, yeah. Ooh, a draw?
What a lovely surprise.
Well, that is a lovely surprise.
Thank you so much, ladies. We were expecting
another couple of hours, yeah.
Another couple of hours. So it is a draw. Apparently it is a perpetual check. I don't know how exactly. King, ace. Wait a second. So that.
No, but the final position, why is it a draw?
Maybe it's not a draw. Maybe she resigned. Huh?
No, it's a draw. She will never resign. But queen c4.
Queen c4?
b5, why not b5?
b5, queen c6. Queen c6. Right. And if king a5, actually... I mean, you can go on. King a5, you can go on. You can give this check and king d4 and more checks. And as I said, I mean, it is a draw, I believe. But,
I mean,
maybe
course,
queen
yeah.
d6. Yeah, maybe queen d6 is more
But
precise.
we weren't sure if Vandenrock would be precise with all these checks, right?
All right, so it took them 77 moves to make a draw in queen and pawn versus queen endgame out of the equal rook ending from move 35. Right. It kind of looks the same. So one result in the open section, two results in the women's section, but nothing has changed on the very top. So for women, it's still Gunina first, Ovod second, Shuvalova third, right?
Yeah, but
fourth is now, like Pogorina became fourth, Kashlinskaya fifth, but it's not that important with 2 rounds to go. And for men, all draws, just Pankratov wins against Chigaev.
it's still sort of a crazy round, considering how winning Gareshkina was and Predke not delivering mate in... I mean, Queen G3 just resigns.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't even make a move, he just resigns immediately. So this is
It's
heartbreaking.
incredible blindness.
Yeah.
I don't know what's...
On the other hand, I mean, they've been playing long tournament, long game as well, and it's a tough game, right? You need to calculate a lot of stuff. So it's sort of understandable, but still shocking.
Yeah. No, well, the fact that he was giving those checks and he could repeat 3 times, yeah, he went bishop h3
Right.
and still repeat it. Okay, so the situation with 2 rounds to go. Nikita Vityugov is clear first, Vladimir Fedoseev is clear second. We can try to see who the opponents are. So Vityugov will face Yesipenko and Rakhmanov, and Fedoseev...
Yeah, but tomorrow we have Vityugov Yesipenko, Vityugov White, and Fedoseev
Andreikin.
And black against Andreikin, which is not a fun pairing.
That's an interesting game for sure. And Matlakov, who's sharing the third place with Andreikin, will play with Goryachkina tomorrow,
Right.
and the day after tomorrow he will face Andrei Yesipenko.
That is right.
Okay, so for the women's tournament, Gunina on +5, yeah?
Gunina on +5.
It's still, yeah, so same results that we've mentioned, yeah? Pogonina won the position which at some point looked equalish, and Alina Bivol won against Alina Kashlinskaya after Kashlinskaya has sacrificed the bishop for no particular reason.
Yeah, basically the only thing that has changed in the women's section is that...
4th and 5th place, yeah?
Yeah, but they're still split by half a point. Still top 6 players, but the clear last now is Gusev for the first time in the tournament, I think.
Gusev is clear last, and Alina
We've only one draw.
Alina Bivol won her first game. Yeah, so same situation, 7 for Gunina, but she's yet to play with Ovod and Shuvalova, so it's much more complex.
Intense.
So tomorrow, Gunina will have black against Evgenij Ovod, Shuvalova white against Botnaruk. Huh? That's quite interesting. So you can see all the other pairs. But basically, those 3 players are fighting for the championship, right?
Yeah.
So
No one else, I think. No one else. Pagonin is too far behind, so...
Kashlinskaya, Pogonina, by the way, playing
The
each other.
funny thing is, all the top 3 players are still unbeatable.
Yeah, which is a rare case in women's tournaments. Yeah. So they didn't lose a single game yet.
So imagine Gunina is on +5. That means that she actually made 4 draws, which is, I think...
That's a
it's just
scandal. That's a
record.
scandal.
That's a
That's a
scandal,
scandal.
exactly.
Okay, so pairs for women for the Open tournament. Matlakov is white against Goryachkina. So Goryachkina actually has kind of tough pairings, 2 blacks in a row, but today she was completely winning against Fedoseev, so Matlakov better be careful. Andreikin Fedoseev, yeah, that's one of the key games of tomorrow's round. Pavel Pankratov with Aleksandr Predke, Motilev Chigayev, Aleksandr Rachmanov. Strangely, all three pairs are... I don't know if we can say Aleksandr is fighting for the championship.
He's not. I mean, he's on 50%.
Ah, no, and he also played with Vitigo, right?
Yeah.
Did he?
He lost that.
He lost that game.
game.
Yeah, absolutely. He lost this game yesterday. So those are not fighting. Nikita with white against...
No, but Aleksandr will
Shimanov.
still try to win, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Because he has a chance for the third, I think, and if something, it secures you a spot in the next Superfinal.
Yeah, absolutely. So the championship, of course, is important, but also top three.
Right.
You don't have to play. You don't have to qualify for the next tournament. All right. So that will be it for today. And I think we are blessed with Bodnaruk delivering a perpetual check. It could have been another 100 moves, another couple of hours. So that was good news today. And please make sure to come back tomorrow. We still have 2 more rounds to go, so possibly some exciting games tomorrow. Same time, same place. See you then.
Bye.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам. и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.